Good morning, dear participants of our scientific and practical conference. Today is our second day. Let me remind you that yesterday it was the first day, and this is the second part. For those who are here for the first time, I would like to tell you that the first part of our conference, Road Transport and Infrastructure Development Prospects, took part in December of 2024. It's an annual scientific and practical conference by our institute, and this conference is from 2024, but on the last day of 22nd December, the mining was done of our institute. There was information on this, and we had to suspend our work, and we transferred it to January 21st, 22nd, 2025. That's why our fifth International Scientific Practical Conference will be in December of 2025. That's for your understanding how we are going to work and prepare for 2025. That was the first thing I wanted to say. Secondly, we continue our last yesterday meeting, and yesterday we stopped on the 8th section, and it is dedicated to design and manufacture of motor vehicles. As of beginning of this day, we have confirmed speeches. That means that the communication is good, the internet is good, the speakers have all the abilities to be here. Let me remind you that we already had the first air alert with the threat of ballistics. In case if it will be reiterated, we are supposed to act how we did before. We suspend our live session, and then we get to protected areas. According to the agenda, I would like to remind you that unlike from December of 2024, we expanded our opportunities, and our technical service also reminded us about it, that we can actually have 12-minute slots. So the first, dear participants, one more thing. Today we have the national holiday. It's a day of unity. It's always been dear for us, especially during the days of the Russian aggression, when we have big losses. And this very holiday is very dear for us, and I would like to congratulate all of you with that. And now we can get to our speeches, and the first speech, 3D modeling of the Hypoid gear of a vehicle in Autodesk Inventor. Shuklinov Serhiy, Professor Doctor of Technical Sciences of Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University. Serhiy, the floor is yours. As soon as you are ready, please. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me and you can see the presentation as well. Hello, dear participants. Here we have the 3D modeling of a Hypoid final drive of a car in Autodesk Inventor. It's quite difficult to imagine designing any plant or any work without 3D modeling. The system is quite a big, powerful instrument for designing works. But we need to say that the conventional Autodesk Inventor generators of tooth can actually build any it's but not hypoidal. That's why we have hypoidal truth gears problems, inability to have the hypoid gear in Autodesk Inventor does not give a possibility to work in the 3D model, a hypoidal gear, and the aim of our work is actually to create a methodology for constructing a hypoidal gearing in the Autodesk Inventor program to enable 3D layout of the elements of a hypoid final drive and further automate the development of drawings. Lack of create the 3D layout of the elements of hypoid final drive gives us the working hypoid is to create a 3D model of hypoid gearing in the Autodesk Inventor bevel gear generator as a building block from the gear and wheel models of individual bevel gears with parameters corresponding to the parameters of the hypoid gear, and secondly, the hypoid wheel. In order to get to build the models of hypoid gears in these hypoid gears, we need to know the following parameters: the angles of inclination of the teeth, moduli of the teeth, width of the tooth crown, etc. At the same time, coefficient of this location is calculated automatically. Functionally, to calculate the hypoid gear is required from the data on the transfer ratio and with the recommendation of the manufacturers of vehicles. Point 4 and point 2 for cars and trucks is taken respectively. 1.35, 1.5 to the main gear of cars is recommended to have, and in the region of 117, 135 to trucks. A definition of the main parameters for the gear and Inventor is done according to the calculated radius of the medium wheel, of the conical wheel that is taken with the load calculation. And a gear is different from one another. That's why we need to have two gearings accordingly to the work hypothesis. We need to build two gearings with the parameters in one. They correspond to the gear, in the second in the wheel. We have to say that the angles of the wheel and gear are different. Autodesk Inventor suggests to have only one value. That's why we need to have the average mean of this. If we need to calculate that, it is done in the same manner, but we have to change the end module and the crown on the part of the tooth. In order to complete the hypoid gear, we need to have the component. That's why in the component of gearing for the hypoidal gear,
Вилучається зайве колесо. Отримана 3D-модель 6.
extra wheel is excluded. Then this gear can be opened in IPT format, where the constructive elements can be finished for the main axle.
Колеса вилучається зайва модель шестерні. Отримана відкривається у форматі
Autodesk Inventor has the ability to orient the gear and wheel models when assembling a hypoidal gear by the ordinates of the vertices of the initial cones. To do this, you need to determine the difference in the coordinates of the vertices of the initial cones of the gear and wheel of the hypoid gear compared to the bevel gear. In order to determine the coordinate of the relative offset of the vertices of the initial cones of the hypoid gear and wheel. Disposition into vertical disposition is the one that can be the coefficient sum and
Зміщення у повздовжній площині визначається як різниця відстані
build separate from each other models of the gear and wheel when assembling hypoid gear from them must be positioned so that the meshing occurs at the pole P. To do this, it is necessary to ensure that the gear and wheel are positioned so that their driving circles are tangent at the meshing pole. Hypoid gear, unlike the bevel gear, has a mixture of the initial cones of the gear and wheel in 3 planes. So the tops of their initial cones are also offset from each other. In addition, in a hypoid gear, the gear and the wheel have different values of the cone distances, and the sum of the angles of their dividing cones is not equal to the angle between their axes. To determine the relative coordinates of the vertices of the initial cones of the gear and wheel of the hypoid gear, we use a figure. The work gives us the ability to make a conclusion that we can actually build a 3D model of the hypoid gearing, which allows for the layout and the construction of 3D model of the hypoid final drive and automated design documentation. It allows to improve used to complete their structural elements in accordance with the layout of the main. That's actually all here. Thank you, Serhiy. It was quite brief, so thank you for being in time. Could you tell me? I am addressing the participants of our meeting. Do you have any questions to Serhiy? I have a question. Good morning. Could you tell me, you made a 3D model of gearing. Do you have it as a scheme how you can demonstrate it, your 3D model? Is it just a 3D model? How it moves in space? Unfortunately, I need to turn it on. Yes, sure, I do have it. But the main thing here is actually to create a 3D model. When we assembled it like this, then we can add some dynamic interaction, and we also have the gear ratio, and we can also have some load on this with some torque, and it can actually speed up or whatever. Even dynamically, it can be researched. Thank you. The main thing here is to allow to build automatic drawings
ну, якби негуманне, так,
It's not humane, so to say, when one student can do this,
наприклад, 3D-модель коробки передач.
a 3D model of the box gear, and the student who actually needs to do this hypoid transmission cannot do this, but this program actually gives this opportunity to do that, and we can actually automatically get these drawings.
Це
Thank you.
дуже зацікавлює студентів.
We need to make the students interested that they can actually do so. So in your training process, in the curriculum, you have this task, and all of them do this designing, drawings. Actually, they have different tasks. Some of them have gearing, some of them have main gear, some of them have crankshaft or gearbox, but each of them have 3D modeling, and after that, working at the drawing set. Thank you. Could you tell me a question? This Autodesk Inventor, is it licensed? Yes. So university buys the license to use it. Autodesk gave us this license to the university. Every student, every teacher, instructor gets the license to use it, but you have to submit, and then you get it and you work. How long have you had it? Well, more than 10 years already. It didn't take long for me. It was not yesterday, actually. You have to work to learn how to master it. That's why I asked this question, because it's a professional application to work with license. Thank you. I see that Valentin raised his hand. Dear colleagues, I have a question concerning this program. In the institute, there are some people who are involved in this construction. Usually we do SolidWorks. And we never worked. This is the first time I've heard Autodesk. Is it specialized? Why did you choose this very program? Please tell us, because we actually encounter the issue of gears and transmissions. First of all, I would like to say that this is not the first program that I work in and I train the students. We used to have usual Autodesk, then Diplex, SolidWorks. We also worked in it. After SolidWorks, we switched to this program. And we have a through program in our curriculum on details, parts of machines, and then they get to our department, and then we continue to work designing the parts of cars and trucks with this very program. Sorry, I just would like to understand that's a specialized program that you get for such connections. No, unfortunately not. I know there are some programs that allow to design hypoid gear with control even of the spot of contact. Only by doing so, we just bypassed this ability and were able to make it. It's quite a powerful instrument, actually. It allows to do a lot of things, to calculate a lot, to modulate, and the working process can be also assigned. Everything can be turn and rotate. I actually made a video, but we have different axles, and the student actually see how in this universal joint cardan shaft, this asynchronous gear is done, and how it can be rectified, and actually how it is rectified for the transmission of the car or truck. And you can actually see that. You can see the working process. It can be printed out. You can do a lot of things, but there are some sins, so to say. Valentin, you've been raising hand for a while, and then Valentin. I have some humble experience on designing gears with such a tooth, but it's not hypoidal. In the calculation that I've seen and where I've taken part on different variants, parameters of cutting cutter mill were there. So if we speak about this cutting mill, we have to understand. Could you elaborate on this? First of all, I would like to say that what Inventor does, and the cylindrical gearing and conical with a round tooth, it makes a simplified profile of a tooth, but there's a possibility to make it bar-vented, the one that you actually want. If we speak about the methodology, yes, sure. In my speech, I emphasized that hypoid gear profile of hypoid tooth has different angles for gearing, even if we have for convex hysteria. In order to build just one angle value, it has to be equal for both sides. In order to answer what do we do next with this gearing, we have to speak about the methodology, which is standard. We have to calculate the racing head, but these are the parameters of working drawings, and there is a table of working parameters where the data has to be filled in, where the biggest set of data obtained in Autodesk, or something about the milling tool, or the we have to calculate about the methodology which is standard concerning the hypoidal gear. I agree with you. Even the ways of cutting these gears can be different. That means that is the cutting tool, the gear, and it also depends on the gear. We haven't assigned something extraordinary. Actually, once again, it just what I still remember about dating back of 20 or 30 years. Such presses were made in Sverdlovsk, only in one place. So just for my information, what is the situation now? Unfortunately, I don't have this possibility now to attend the manufacturing facility. I cannot say, actually. I remember that very time when I saw in the plant these cutting heads, how the gears were made. When we look, Google it through the internet, what other companies do, I actually saw different approaches. They also have cutting heads that rotate, and there's also a part and instruments work together, but there are also new technologies which can be new technologies on the milling table. They do it with a finger cutter, but it's a long process. I saw it in the film, and what I saw, it was actually cutting of gears for some equipment, which has nothing to do with vehicles. And in my opinion, for cars or trucks, it's not very pleasant, not very good. Valentina, do you have a question? Yeah, I have a question to Serhiy. Could you tell me if you have any methodological materials or guides on this very topic? If yes, how can we get it officially? Because our department, we also try to do the same thing, and it would be very interesting what you have done so far. Yes, there are some methodological guidelines. They cover building 3D modeling and drawings for transmission aggregates. Now our staff is involved in work, how this can be done on course designing. We have a great wish that it can be completed this year, because for our educational institution, it's very specific. We are going to celebrate 95th anniversary, and we would like to make it happen. We'll be waiting, because really the models of details and assembling can be done, and we can show how some plants are working. We can paint with the different colors. Student understands better and faster the details and parts, how they work. So really, that's a very modern and nice instrument. Yeah, now there is a problem. For example, now I don't know about the standards about this. There are some DSTU, the Ukrainian state standards, but I don't know how it's going to work. Thank you.
Так. Сергій Миколаївич, ви ще відповідаєте?
Well, Serhiy, you're still making your presentation. Now, Valentina asked me how to get it. Yes, you've got our contacts, and you can turn to us whenever we can. We will visit with you
На нашій площадці, на нашому чаті.
on our platform, on our chat. You can communicate, and we'll be ready.
Я дякую долі, що є така можливість.
Thank you very much. Thank God we have this possibility. Thank you very much. It was very interesting and very much to the point, very modern. Thank you. If you have any other questions or issues, I would like to invite you to discussion at the end of the day, maybe earlier, after like 5 o'clock, maybe earlier. But if you get connected, there might be some other issues. The next presentation, dear colleagues, will be on tire pressures, and it will be an overview on tire pressure in the vehicles, and will be provided by the National Kharkiv Road University. Serhiy, welcome, please.
Зараз 2 хвилиночки.
Так, будь ласка.
Так, бачите мій екран?
Видно, так,
Can you
будь
see
ласка.
my screen?
Так, ще раз доброго дня.
Just good morning, dear members, dear participants. Here is a presentation on control systems for vehicle tires. That's a system for tire control in vehicles is today a very important thing to provide for security and efficiency of vehicle operation and save resources. They have a number of advantages that shed light on their necessity in modern conditions. The most important reasons could be referred to as road safety, which is not enough or too much pressure in tires could result in losing control, especially in complex conditions. Low pressure may overheat the tire and its rupture. The right pressure provides for optimal contact with the road. Another thing is saving the fuel. In other words, not enough pressure is more resistance from the ground, more energy, more fuel spent. According to the studies, the right pressure saves 3 to 5% of the fuel. Yet another possibility for use is saving tire resources. The wrong pressure will cause wear of the protector and shorter service lives. The regular monitoring of pressure helps preserve the tires. Environmental aspects include saving the fuel and help also reduce CO2 emission. Today's agenda makes it very important. Also, the right pressure will extend the service life of the tires and less replacements. And the last thing is comfortability. Permanent control on the system allows the driver to concentrate on the road without spending time on manual gauging the pressure. The system issues warnings on a loss of pressure. For today, controlling tire pressure is manual or automatic. On vehicles, there is a control system for tire pressure. There are electronic systems providing for monitoring of the tire pressure and inform the driver of deviations, thus improving the road safety, traffic safety, reducing the wear of the tires, and saving fuel. The system for controlling of tire pressure is divided into two main types. That's direct control and indirect control. Direct control systems include one of the most accurate and modern solutions for monitoring tire pressure. They use special gauges that measure the air pressure in the tires and communicate the data to the onboard computer, a special display in the cabin. Every wheel has a gauge which is installed on the ventilation valve. That's a different variation, and in the middle of the tire, which is picture B. The gauges measure the pressure and in some cases also air temperature at the tires, after which the information is submitted by radio frequency signal to a receiver on an onboard vehicle system. On the onboard vehicle system, the driver gets accurate reads of pressure for as per tire. In case of deviations, an alarm signal is issued. About the advantages of direct systems. There's an accurate value, precise value of pressure. Also, the system issues a warning about any changes to the pressure or punctures. Some systems reflect the air temperature in the tire to prevent overheating. Also, low pressure warning reduces the risk of accidents via rupture of tires. There are disadvantages. The direct systems are better, easier to service. The gauges, which is a drawback, have a limited service life. And after the battery is discharged, the gauges are to be replaced. When repairing the tires or replacing wheels, the gauges could be damaged. Indirect systems also have drawbacks, shortcomings. That's a technology to show a deviation of pressure by means of analyzing revolutions of wheels. There are no direct gauges, but anti-blocking brakes, anti-blocking for brakes meters or gauges are used. The pressure in the tires, if it goes down, then the radius of the wheel also goes down, is diminished. And then when it comes to this, in spinning, this wheel will have a lesser angular speed than the other wheel, and the system keeps track of the difference in RPMs by means of gauges and sets the deviation. Once it sets a difference, a deviation, it warns the driver by an indicator on the dashboard. Advantages of this system include the fact that those tires, that when it comes to direct systems are cheaper in production because they reduce the cost of a vehicle. There are no direct gauges on the wheels, no spendings, no costs on replacement, no other different elements, less risk when replacing wheels or when fixing tires, but the system has shortcomings, does not show the precise value of the pressure. It could be late, requires calibration after a tire replacement, is not able to detect simultaneously the shift of pressure in all the tires, no air temperature or temperature of the tires that are problematic, faulty. Then we're going to take a look at the system, automatic system of pressure regulation in the tires. This system is to improve the passability of road vehicles in the field at the expense of lower pressure in the tires. And in case of a puncture, the tubes will allow for further movement for a certain time. The compressor could work and replace for the outage. The system of pressure regulation by pneumatic or pneumohydraulic brake drive is included in the vehicle system simultaneously with from the triple protective valve of brakes by the restricting valve. We used to use a system with an external feed of air. That's the only photograph that I found on the internet. And since when it comes to crossing some rugged terrain, it was damaged. So internal air feed system was developed, but the reservation is that in our time, the external feed system of air has remained in tractors, but it is more optional for places where it is economically well grounded. The regulation of pressure is possible from the cabin. The driver can regulate according to the manometer, pressure gauge manometer, and the manometer shows pressure in the tires. And there is a valve here to control the pressure, and it's in figure 6. And there is a spanner with 3 positions for the tap for the valve. There is a left for pumping the air. There is a neutral, and there is for releasing. We can see also different topsoil options for which you need to regulate the air pressure in the tires. The tire pressure regulation system has a circuit of the pneumatic and air feed system and the pipelines of the pressure tank. It also includes a restriction valve for not allowing a drop of pressure for less than 500 kilopascals. If it's higher than the spring, lets the air to the nozzle of pressure control. After it's reduced to 550 kilopascals, the system goes off. On this slide, there are tires with valves that are installed in every wheel, and that is to regulate the tire pressure if the vehicle is parked for a long time. There is a nozzle between the rims, and it then feed by means of a hose in figure 9. You can see vacuum sucker with internal attachment to regulate the tire pressure. As you can see, this is how it is done. Summarizing this paper, I can say that in the war and the conditions of war, this kind of pressure regulation is becoming more and more important, and I was too fast. Thank you for your attention, Oleksandr. You've got another presentation on that. Maybe questions will follow afterwards, after your second presentation, or just right now. Not that we can see any questions now. So what's the newness of the information provided? How much is it new? Why is it new? Why is it new, that material that was provided, the theme? You know, the presentation was about the most known designs, the most popular, most widespread designs, and you can see an overview as the caption says. But the next presentation will be a variant of tire pressure control system for passenger vehicles and their operating principles. I guess this will be this presentation continued, and it will be delivered by Danylo, Roslyakov, and this gentleman, Oleksandr, is one of the co-authors, and this is the Kharkiv National Road Vehicle Institute University. We got Mr. Roslyakov. Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
Видно?
Can you see my presentation? Yeah, we can.
Добрий день.
All right, good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Danylo Roslyakov, and I'm going to talk about options for tire pressure control in a passenger car.
Сьогодні автомобілі є головним.
So today, road vehicles are the most important transportation means, but it's also the most important greenhouse gases emission source by means of using fossil fuel. To excessive spending of fuel leads to a reduction of pressure, and this is a higher pressure, a change of pressure as compared to recommended values means a higher wear of the tire protector, and that depends on the area of touch with the road, and less friction, less friction, and that there is interdependence between pressure and speed. So when we change the pressure, we make the vehicle more economical. And also Dhaka is a company that made study on that thing, and tires mean 32% of repair cases. So the goal and the subject of study is presented here in the slide. We want to overview the existing systems. We want to analyze the temperature, how it influences the pressure change, also compensation and projection of the compensatory device parameters. A quick overview of the existing system. There are existing system with manual and automatic control, and And these systems also control the pressure as per wheel and no wheel simultaneously. Good consumer qualities include the monitoring pressure, which is divided into direct or indirect rates of pressure. Because temperature is the most important pressure changing factor, we use the websites from Weather Archive, and we analyze the fluctuations of temperature and tire pressure, and we arrived at the difference between the seasonal recommended fluctuation of temperature 7 centigrades and the ambient temperature. In winter, this difference may achieve 30 degrees. Therefore, to compensate the pressure when it comes to a shift by 30 degrees, a system of pressure shift is provided with a range of up to 8.5 bars. Additional volume is presented in the chart by blue. There's incoming and outgoing valves to control based on the ambient fluctuations. Parameters were derived in the main and additional volumes by means of special software. The read value of additional volume was derived, which will provide for equalizing pressure towards the lower temperature, and this is plus minus up to minus 20 centigrades. The valve was modeled, and its performance change by 1 degree was a 22nd. On the 22nd, the valve was open, and that was because the initial pressure was at the lower allowable limit of regulation. As you can see, the pressure tire is the red line. Valve open and goes up above the initial level, which will provide for the right temperature changes range, and the blue line, that's the additional pressure, and it shows pressure drop as per compensation. So pressure drop was about 0.2 bars, which was pretty allowable for good performance of the system, for long performance. Conclusions that the most important problem in operation is the winter period, with a lower pressure up to 0.36 bar, and then you will read the conclusions yourselves. Thank you for the attention. Thank you very much. And then we got a hand raised and we got a question. Welcome, please. Good afternoon. I'm from the Kiev Transport Institute. You mentioned the necessity of an extra equipment installation. So that's the wheel disc pressure. I mean, the system shouldn't be filled completely when it comes to balancing. And number two, the braking system of the vehicle is designed to stop a wheel of a certain mass. In this case, you're adding some more design as per wheel. So if you make your design, if you complete your design, do you have to take into account when designing and engineering, when it comes to design engineering for a vehicle, or could it be like an upgrade with certain design peculiarities that will fit into? Now to the first question, yes, should it be very well pumped up, otherwise it won't work. Number two is that's an upgrade system that you can buy on top of what you already have, and it will be a minimum extra load that will not really contribute to the braking performance. Thank you very much. How about the volume? What shape is it? Is it cylinder? No, that's a Tor. That's the blue one.
А вартість
cars.
це запатентовано?
Okay, cost-wise, is it patented or is it just some work that's going on, like paperwork? What's the status of this effort, of this theme or system from the point of view of intellectual property?
І збираємося брати патент на неї.
Well, we're going to patent it.
Ви дуже ризикуєте, тому що
We're
зараз
using it.
науково-практична конференція
You're risking very much
і буде
because that's a scientific conference, like it's like the radio or smartphone cases. That was a joke, actually. Like we're just closing, I meant. Anyway, you're going to patent it, right? Are there any analogies to this device? Yeah, there could be analogies, but not for this particular system. Okay, so the previous presentation was just an overview, and in that overview, that there was no such systems mentioned, or did I miss something? No, there were no such systems in the presentation, in the previous one. Okay, any more questions? Do you have any?
питань немає. Прошу.
No questions, and then, right, will be up for discussion later. Right, I think it's a must, especially in the wartime.
Має великі ризики з точки зору, так сказати, проблем з тиском в шинах. І
You know, there could be problems with tire pressure.
так, наступна доповідь. Дякую, будь ласка, перебирайте, да. Наступна
Now the
доповідь у
next
нас.
presentation will be, dear colleagues, we want to hear
Транспортних засобів, призначених для
um,
керування водіями з інвалідністю.
about vehicles operated by disabled drivers and how peculiar they should be.
Прошу.
Mr. Umynsky Bohdan, and he's from our institute. And yeah, can you see my presentation? Yes. Good afternoon. Here's a presentation about vehicles designed for disabled drivers to provide for disabled people's mobility when driving. Vehicles is a big problem for society. The world is aspiring for equality, for possibilities, and this is why vehicles should be adapted for disabled people, which is a priority. An important aspect to provide those people with the driving possibility is developing and addressing some problems and coming up with solutions providing for higher safety, which should be implemented in vehicle design before or after their upgrade. Therefore, today we're going to talk about upgrading vehicles for disabled drivers and also how they can be participants of traffic in Ukraine. In most countries, there's this category of drivers that are disabled, but they have a driver's license. And this presentation has three main groups of disability. First of all, impaired sight that requires special attention when it comes to permit the driving. That could be short-sightedness, that could be long-sightedness, stigmatism, and also other pathologies or partial loss of sight. For example, one eye doesn't see. There are also some hearing impairments, but those drivers can operate the vehicle anyway. There could be partial loss of hearing or total deafness, complete deafness, which means certain limitations when it comes to the ability of drivers to respond to the signals of other traffic participants, which means the flashlights and sirens of special vehicles. Drivers with amputated extremities, that amputation could be of different degrees, like there could be a hand missing or an arm missing or a leg missing, but people with these impairments can successfully operate the road vehicle anyway. This slide is showing some modern solutions to provide for the traffic safety for all the participants, traffic participants. That includes drivers with impaired sight. One of the most important elements helping those drivers is the use of special panoramic or otherwise directed mirrors, rear view mirrors, providing for comfortable driving and safe driving.
Для водіїв з вадами слуху
For drivers with impaired hearing, driving could be more complicated because you should hear the sound signals from other vehicles, which could reflect on one's safety. For that, some other additional indicators or meters or gauges in the dashboard where you can replace the visual signal, hearing signals by visual signals, auditory signals by visual signals.
з ампутаціями або відсутніми кінцівками.
Drivers with amputated extremities, for them, there are other different elements of control that really make the driving more efficient, and also there is adaptation of acceleration organs or braking organs, which provide for the speed or slowing down. In this context, this kind of adaptation is a key aspect influencing the easiness of control. This slide shows adaptive mechanisms of driving for disabled drivers. For driving a vehicle, there's an adapter handle just to make the driving easy by means of easier catch, and the steering wheel, it should be adapted. Also should be adapted to some leg steering control. There is a 3-contact handle for amputated extremities. The contact points allowing the drivers to drive the vehicle by other different physical capture. And there is a control block. There could be a panel with knobs or other elements of control panel, just to make it comfortable to activate different functions or modes of equipment performance. This kind of system is used to provide a comfortable interface for the driver's interaction to exercise functions in case of complex manipulations. For drivers, disabled drivers, in case they cannot use pedals, manual control systems have been developed for acceleration and braking without the legs. And there could be some hand levers, or this system can include both acceleration and braking control by means of manual control. And there is also
Подовжувачі педалей. Приклади встановлення адаптивних педалей також
Examples of adaptive pedals are here. Also, the accelerator pedal can be transferred to the left leg, that you can use it. There's also accelerator or brake by leg, left leg, and you can do that by shifting your hip to the left or to the right. There's also adapted motorcycle adaptive system for acceleration and braking with the function of hands, electronic system of switching gears and second lever for the right hand. Also, other equipment is used there as in extended floor for
Трансферна дошка для
the
писання.
drivers that are short transfer aboard for to be able to move from a wheelchair to a car and back. This is the element is very important for drivers with
Зручну пересадку сторонньою допомогою.
with limited mobility because it helps them do everything on their own. And also there's universal or rotary auto seats facilitate easy transfer of the driver from a wheelchair into the car. Also, hydraulic and screw elevators are done. It helps for the disabled people or take out actually the wheel chair out of the technical of the vehicle. And also since these disabled people have some limited strength in their legs, it's very good for them. For motorcycles, it's also good to transfer all the signals for the right hand. And these changes in constructions allow us to address issues for disabled people to be more independent in steering and driving. Such vehicles have to go through certification to address all the standards of safety. Besides, the drivers also have to have additional training to safely drive such vehicles. Adaptive technologies contribute a lot into improving lives of the disabled people. That and that and that cannot be infringed. There could be a case when such constructions cannot be used. Let's say if there are no legs or hands, dear colleagues. So I understand that Andrei turns on. I have echoing. I can hear myself and I cannot speak myself. So the situation is the following. Let me make it clear. For the audience, it's not a secret that we've been working with the approval of the design of vehicles as far as re-equipment is concerned since 1995, and the adaptation for the people with disabilities.
Андрій Васильович, ви зайшли в зону
Ми знаємо.
радіотіні. Там поверніться, де ви були, бо у вас поганий зв'язок. Да,
Да,
будь
а
ласка,
зараз?
да. Нормально, да.
Да. Значить, є 120.
There are rules, 107, as Bohdan mentioned, that foresee the adaptation requirements for the buses for the disabled people. If we speak about individual re-equipment of cars and trucks, we define that with the expert opinion of scientists, and we have the regulations like 3649 and 13 rule on braking and steering. But as Vladislav mentioned, we have 126 rule on the driver's permit that actually make the changes into this document, and they foresee together with the order of Ministry of Health 160, it is reviewed. The mutual commission of Ministry of Health and the employees of the services. This committee is going to define the peculiarities of a vehicle, taking into account the disabilities the driver has. 126 rule has the coding on what the driver's license will have in it, and the design is going to be approved, taking into account the committee from the Ministry of Health. The checking individually is going to be defined according to 3649 and other rules and regulations of the European Union concerning its safety. Have I answered the question? Yes, please. There's enough of information. There's a suggestion. Get Andrei to the authors of this report. That's our work. We do scientific work. We were dealing with this during the year, and in detail, we have researched everything. We have no doubts about it. Thank you so much. But there was also a question that Serhiy had. You were raising the hand. I actually heard the answer. Thank you. Good. And then if we get more questions, then join in. Yeah, really, it's quite a difficult task. And the institute and the department where is, it's the war now, and this question is quite pressing. But I would like to emphasize this thing as well. Yesterday in the report, I already mentioned that one of the main drivers of such exponential growth of vehicles with autonomy of fourth and fifth level in the European Union and in the world is the problem connected with getting the population older, and that's very true. I know that Andrei has the list of the ways and attitudes. Sure thing, it's quite futuristic for us. There is room to work at it. Autonomous vehicle by its own is not going to drive because it needs infrastructure, what we say, intelligent transportation system. And it's the EU and the US are powerful drivers. And also there's Japan, where average age of population, which each year grows by 1 year, a lot of population, and it's not about disability, it's a little bit different, but the problems evolve, are kind of the same. People want to continue driving. The draft law is being considered now. The number, you can give me the number. After a certain age, you're entitled to retake the driving pass. For example, after 45, you have to take the exam every 2 years. But people don't want to refuse having good health, and it's just one of the ways for drivers to develop autonomous automobiles in the world. Moving on, the next what we have here is hazardous requirements for the design of vehicles intended for the transport of hazardous goods. So we have here Oleksandr Marynych, a junior researcher, Department of Compliance Evaluation. We also have Andrei Penyuk, PhD, acting deputy director for production activities. And please, the floor is yours. We can see everything. We can continue. Hello, everyone. Can you see me well? What about the presentation? Yes, we can hear you well. Continue. Hello, everyone. The topic of my presentation is requirements for the design of vehicles intended for the transportation of hazardous goods. It is regulated by international standards, by the way, for the transportation of hazardous goods. This agreement was done back in 1957, and now it is used in order to transport everything safely. The transportation vehicles are classified according to their designation. You can see them here: cars, trucks, buses, special transportation means. These categories can be interviewed and have specialized options, and in doing so, they can be designated for different requirements. Today, we will have special transportation means that will allow more safety and alleviation of hazard to the environment. So what we have here, specialized transportation means EX2, explosive ones, stands for EX, that the tarp is taken over it, and they are designated to transport explosives. The trucks have to be designed and made in such a way that the explosives are protected from the hazards from outside and from the elements. The tarp has to be unpenetratable and fireproof material. It has to cover from all the sides. The speed of combustion has to be lower than 100 meters per hour. EX3 is also for explosives. Here we have the hull, metallic hull that actually is closed from all the sides. The EX3, the cabin of it is separated by the wall, at least 10 millimeters. The bottom, sides, and roof has to be uniform, and they have to be done with fire-proof materials. If we speak about the hull, and taken into the flame 15 minutes later, inside of it, the temperature cannot be higher than 120 degrees. All the holes in the hull have to be closed. The doors and lids have to be done in such a way that they have to be connected as sealed. The next specialized transportation vehicle is FL, as flammable liquids. These are transportation vehicles with flame temperature more than 60 degrees of Celsius. These containers or container cisterns, AT transportation vehicles, which is under tanks, other cisterns. They have the inbuilt cisterns or movable multi-element systems. The next one's MEMU transportation systems, that is mobile explosive manufacturing unit, a specialized transportation unit with the machine for creating explosives and for charging them. Overall requirements concerning the design of transportation vehicles, EX2, 3, FL, and T. The main is about the rule number 13 of the UN, or Directive 71/320 EC, and they are used for transportation means registered after June 30, 1997, and also rules of 89 or Directive 92/24 EC. They are used for all the vehicles more than 12 tons registered first after June 31, 1987, and for all the vehicles more than 3.4 tons, but not more than 12 tons. About ABS system for transportation vehicles, EX2, 3, FL, and T. It is used for vehicles with maximum mass of more than 16 tons. Also, trailers of maximum mass or more than 10 tons for all the cars more than 10 tons. The requirements about using the limitation of speed for the same transportation vehicles. It has to be regulated so as not to exceed the speed of 90 kilometers per hour. This speed limit has to be protected, so as it cannot be penetrated to this. We can say that according to the Article 19 of the law of Ukraine about international agreements, transportation means have to adhere to the requirements of the DOPNV according to, since some of the vehicles cannot be equipped or re-equipped according to these requirements. That's why, according to the order of Ministry of Internal Affairs number 656, it says that we have some alleviation of requirements. According to chapter 4.7, it says that the said above vehicles registered in Ukraine until December 31, 2007 that do not meet the chapters 9 to 3, 9 to 5. However, they can be okay with transportation according to the chapters that speak about the hazard of fire. They still can be operated. However, they can be even more hazardous. That's why we can say that we need to take away the outdated vehicles and change them with the more modern that meet the DOPNV requirements due to the state programs, dotations and grants of foreign companies, taking into account that Ukraine got the status of the candidate into the EU and will be the part of the EU in the future. We have to say that these outdated vehicles have to be changed with the more modern that meet the standards of DOP-NV. Thank you, Oleksandr. If you have questions, Vladislav Zhuralev, could you tell us, you mentioned about the peculiarities of the vehicles according to DOP, and you said about the part for cargo transportation, but there's also a requirement of wheels, where there are requirements also for different cross-section and the fuses, electrical part, and exhaust gases. Did you or do you actually take it into account while re-equipping, when, for example, a transportation vehicle has to meet these standards? There were also changes in 2024 to this standard, and all the cisterns, the new ones that are manufactured, and it doesn't matter whether they are pressurized or they bring water, they have to have valves to get rid of additional pressure. What I mean, for example, some days ago, on outside the city, there was one truck on fire with cistern. Even if it's water, it's pressurizes. So all of them, they have to be manufactured with valves, and the old ones have to be re-equipped with such valves. Since MIA order was done many years ago, and all these requirements are not recreated, do you actually take care or keep track of these new requirements and put them into it? Thank you. We can actually do this as a co-authoring. So, Oleksandr, are you going to answer it? Yes, I will answer it. Concerning the valves, I will start it. Yes, for sure. Starting from 2024, there's a regulation that they have to be there, and the flame has to be over the cistern, and it has to be has to have markings that it is equipped. According to these new regulations, in the beginning, they said that starting from 2029, all the manufactured cisterns have to have metal screens, FL, over the wheels to avoid dissemination of flame and the systems of fire extinguishing for engine. So the manufacturing facility have to take into account that. Concerning the conclusion, what we do about re-equipping, we take into account all the know-hows, all the valves, and we use the order 656 and also 105 rule, 13 rule, 34 rule, 67 rule, everything according to DOP. Thank you. Roman, your question, please. Hello, I would like to thank for this speech, and my question is, maybe for the future, it's not a secret that Ukraine lives now on delivering the fuel from the wheels. If we have the initiatives like this, it will actually obstacle the situation of getting the fuel into Ukraine to ultimate customers. Have you worked about some transition periods? Because this initiative is absolutely supported, because outdated transportation vehicles have to be recovered. On the other hand, we are in the war conditions and some documents during the full-scale invasion have to be done. So do we have some events, or maybe actually worked about it? It's just a risky question, so it's just a question for my information, so to say, just for developments. Thank you.
Так, будь ласка.
Ну, я думаю, що це питання
Well, I think it concerns the technical aspect and the mitigation of requirements and the situation because all our equipment are Soviet-made. This is why we're closing our eyes to that. Yeah.
Що це питання
Just want to say that it's maybe an art itself, possibly, or technical policy. I mean, the question, the issue pertains to that. Because it's up to you to propose improvements, but how quickly that will be within the transition period is a matter of politics. Thank you. As far as I can see, Oleksiy raised his hand. No, I just forgot to remove it. Unless you have any more questions on this particular presentation, dear colleagues, then let's just move along. And
Так, все,
And
дякую.
yeah, we got your presentation, Oleksandr. Now, the next presentation, dear colleagues. And I would like to, and that goes for all. Yeah, we're going to have a discussion panel. If you have a question right now, some extra one, you want to come up with, please do come up with it later. We're going to answer it at that time. The next presentation will be from the Pysartsov, the State Technical University Chair of Machine Parts, and it will be Technical Systems and Modeling Methods by Valerii Krupko from that establishment. Valerii, are you there?
Так, один,
Right.
два.
Так, я включився.
Okay,
Все, будь
I got you. Yeah, I'm on. Here's my presentation. Yeah, my presentation should be up there.
Ну, тема моєї доповіді.
Okay, that's the topic of my
Я хотів би презентацію все-таки.
presentation.
Будь ласка,
I still would like to say the presentation. Okay, please don't be quiet. Just be quiet. Okay, that's
презентація, це, будь ласка. да.
that's the presentation.
Я хотів би почати з того,
I
що
would like to start by
при Азовському технічному університеті
saying that the Azov Technical University, Azov Bryansk,
академії
and in the Donbass Machine Building Academy. Hold on a second. I'm not getting this.
Так, пробачте, в мене
Right.
якісь технічні.
My apologies, but we've got a technical hitch.
Ну, і пропа- да,
It was here, but now it is gone.
Не то віконце потягнули.
Not that kind of way. That's the wrong window.
Не поспішаємо, виходьте.
Just take your time.
Прийдеться вийти.
Ну, да, виходьте, да. Ну, вам треба по-любому вийти, бо
Just
ось,
go out of there.
ці-
Exit.
Так, і, будь ласка, ще раз тоді.
Please do it over again.
Ну, я мав на увазі вийти з презентації.
I mean, exit the presentation, leave the presentation.
Включив мікрофон.
Так, все, ми вас бачимо. Тепер
Right. We
презентація.
can see you. Now, we want your presentation.
Що
Поділитися, там
Share.
Так,
поділитися і
Пробач-
Right. Share.
пробачте, але в мене презентація
вона
іщезла.
була. Вона була.
Була
It
зараз
was
уже
just,
немає.
it was just here.
Зараз я швиденько попробую її
Шановні колеги, поки
Now, dear colleagues, as long as Valerii is setting up, I would like to make a little announcement after the lunch break. After the lunch break, we're going to make like a report from Las Vegas.
Так, це, будь ласка.
Okay. From the exhibition. Anyway, let's proceed with the presentation.
Все добре видно, да?
Так, все добре.
Робота
Technical modeling systems, and this work is not about vehicles proper, but it is about machines that make vehicles run smoother, and that's tilling machines, that's digging machines and transportation machines for road construction. Right, we want to imitate, we want to model, we want to physically model on the computer, and we wanted to do so. So this is why we did a study at our Pysartsov Technical University and the Donbass Machine Building Academy. And that includes the city of Kramatorsk, and our study was covering excavators and their technical systems. And that might be useful for people developing technical systems or improving or upgrading the existing systems. Right. This work included modeling methods. I've already said mathematical, computer modeling, and physical modeling, and it was to improve the efficiency and performance of those technological machines. Now, here is the methodology.
На прикладі таких
Well,
машин.
for example, there are these machines, excavators, and there was a methodology written there to do the following actions consecutively. First of all, structural designs, just to show certain technical elements of this machine's excavator in this case, and how the parts interact, engage. There are some problems when it came with building those machines, high workload, then insufficient quality of mechanisms and parts. So we developed those designs just to find the most important design parameters, construction, and something that complicates studying those machines is that they engage with mineral resources, with topsoils, and there is certain uncertainty when it comes to the workload on some parts and mechanisms. This is why there are different kinds of loads, and that's just one of the directions of our work. And there were several areas, several directions, and this is why we presented this excavator constructively as this kind of schematically interaction, engagement between the elements, also dimensions. We reflected geometrically. Then we developed a dynamic system by the principle of differential equations for certain elements. And this is the mathematical model, the complete one, service model that was presented looking like this. And so we conducted a study to detect, first of all, max dynamic loads. Number two, we wanted some details on the design and the construction, just to allowing to reduce those extreme workloads on the metals when it came to operation of that excavator. That is from the point of view of mathematical and computer studies. Then we came up again with developing this kind of physical model. by the underlying modeling law, and these mathematical models were used to come up with design-oriented solutions to relieve it out of the top burdens. We got different dependencies like equations or charts, and as a result of that, we came up with certain technical solutions allowing us to reduce dynamic loads. For example, we had like this actually working tools of this excavator, and the same was for the transportation, its movement, providing mechanisms and Kramatorsk machine building works that was based on 4 pivots, that mechanism that we studied, and we had to actually find out the most important advantages and shortcomings of that. And then we used those physical models. I didn't show you that just yet. The mathematical model of this movement mechanism, driving mechanism. We came up with caterpillar models to improve the construct, the system. Therefore, we developed the right mathematical models, math models, to invent the most rational design, come up with the most rational design. And the last one was that's caterpillar track. There was a study on the technical systems, which then ended in experimenting, or just to be more exact, a study of certain caterpillar tracks models for caterpillar movement. This way, from the beginning of the development, designing of those models as a constructive circuit, design circuit. And then to the completion of study on certain elements, we went through the most important constituents of those studies, starting from the development of the system, technical system itself, interaction between different elements, down to workloads on certain parts and search of most rational reads or values, just to show you the experience that, in a nutshell, we went over that, what we have done, and also there are some academic institutions that were relocated, and while the work was initiated by those particular ones from the east, from the frontline areas, and sorry for setting up too long. Valerii, thank you for the wonderful presentation. And just to say again, to reconfirm that everything is super good. That depends on our online capacity. That's the internet. You should be ready for everything. And we just listened to a presentation on modeling. It was presented by 2 academic institutions, on the Azov University by Valerii, and the Matinvest Polytechnic University, and that was from Mr. Krupko, Valerii Krupko, the other guy that made that prepared that presentation. Are there any questions, dear colleagues? Yeah, there are some for Valerii. Okay, anyway, no hands raised, so Valerii, you're welcome to our discussion panel. That's important. So
Дякую. Так, колеги.
get ready, please, for any further questions. Now, section 8 is over. And we got section 9 of our agenda. This is according to technology for researching vehicle properties and confirming compliance with standards.
Наша доповідь, у нас тут
And our presentation will be
досвід проведення випробувань антиблокувань.
delivered. And so
Доповідь
anti-blocking system and ABS system on
Babin, Yuriy.
difficult sections of roads to be presented by Mr. Babin, who is in charge of vehicle safety laboratory. Also will be delivered by Mr. Zalewski and Mr. Lally.
І вони всім дуже добре відомі. Прошу, будь ласка.
Okay. Welcome, please.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Так, будь ласка, да.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
Сьогодні я представляю
Thank you for the possibility to talk on the experience in testing
досвід проведення випробування
and testing the anti-lock braking system in vehicles in the absence of a special road section or stretch.
Так, пропала презентація, перепрошую.
Ми її бачимо.
Ага, я її не бачу. Так, я, мабуть. Можна мені хвилинку, я перепрошую. Я перепрошую, нестандартний комп'ютер, не можу
The
прокручувати
computer
презентацію.
is not really right.
Вже перекручується.
Да. У мене таке було вчора на стандартному комп'ютері. Так що.
Є варіант, якщо на столі два екрани, то
Okay, if you
презентація...
got two screens on the table, then the presentation could be shown on the other screen that could be turned off.
Прошу, не бачив частину презентації. Досвід проведення випробування антиблокувальної гальмівної системи транспортних
The
засобів.
ABS, testing ABS on special, in absence of a special road section, ABS testing as a rule.
Дорожні випробування КТЗ, як правило, проводяться на спеціальних полігонах, що складаються з комплексу різноманітних ділянок доріг та
It's actually
складних видів дорожніх випробувань КТЗ.
one of the most difficult kinds of road testing is testing on the ABS in absence of specialized roads with engagement with the road surface engagement ratio and different values according to the UN technical regulations, according to the Geneva 1958 agreement and EU about the constructs and approving the constructs and designs of vehicles, and UN 3 and 2 and 3 to be first registered in Ukraine have to have an ABS system. Requirements for ABS and testing methodology are cited in the UN Rule number 13. Regulations, UN regulations, there is higher engagement, tire-bus roads, and there is lower engagement. For basalt, it's used for higher engagement. There is no basalt tile in Ukraine on the roads, which makes it less appropriate to provide for fuel for ABS systems in Ukraine. The institute team created a range and used existing stretches. In terms of reference was available in the first case. The second area included a laboratory.
Наприклад, робили спроби використання рідини на основі кремнію у двох
Tests
варіантах.
with low friction on roads. For example, they use silicium and concrete that was painted. Rye concrete has an engagement ratio of 0.75. Silicium, silica 0.35, and painted pavement 0.1. But that factor was difficult to calculate because of the costly procedure and low technologicity. The method didn't find any further applications. Studies by this particular institute are using the method according to which in case of low engagement rate, special film is used on the road, a special layer. It does not worsen the quality of the asphalt pavement after on completion of the testing and removing the film, but it takes a lot of preparatory efforts to verify the methods. Some comparative tests took place according to Annex 13 to UN Regulations 13 and 11. There was a bus, and that was Versen in the Zeta pub in Germany, and on Chaika in Kiev in Germany. They used basalt tiles, and on Chaika it was also tiles. It was possible, was courtesy of Cherkasy bus company and Labka representation in Ukraine and the Chaika airstrip in Kiev. That study was developed by specialists, laboratory specialists, Transport this institute in Kiev. The ABS efficiency depends on the friction, which is engagement rate by this equation. ZL, that's with ABS on, and the others with ABS off. And results were analyzed throughout the most important ABS testing stages. The first stage includes the braking rate, and then engagement rate for tires for the road. Number 3, ABS efficiency when using ABS on surfaces with low 0.3 and high 0.5 friction rate. The braking factor is calculated by this formulation. Full mass on a wet basalt, the value was 0.46, and non-full empty 0.3. And on dry asphalt, that was 6.74 and 0.26 according to Annex 13 to UN Regulation number 13. A series of tests of ABS were conducted on the front and back axes. You can see the results on the table. You can see the full mass and wet basalt 0.92 loaded for wet. You can see how much, and it says on the right there, wet basalt, wet film, and dry asphalt. The engagement KN for wet basalt and wet film showed that it fits into the range according to the UN Regulation 13 from the point of view of providing a lower engagement factor. A wet basalt, as expected, had advantages over the others. To determine the ABS performance in making, the KGZ factors were derived for asphalt versus wet basalt. The factor was 3.5, asphalt wet film was 3.1. An important result that confirms the opportunity of use of wet film for ABC testings aids compliance with the ratio of factors with low and high engagement during a qualitative KTZ evaluation in different braking conditions. They controlled the resilience of the braking was at 3 initial braking speeds 40, 50, and 70 kilometers per hour to statuses of load, full and liquid mass on different surfaces like basalt, then wet film, then transition from wet basalt to asphalt. Those tests did not show substantial differences in between braking on wet basalt and the other surfaces. To verify this, if a road has a low engagement factor, the results should be evaluated with the use of the Z value. Professional behavior conduct of the personnel is evaluated by that. We think that the Z value is in another verification method because the testings only are comparative in nature, with a few factors derived from testing laboratories. So most results have a qualitative characteristics, which was derived with the use of statistic methods of data processing. Evaluation was conducted by the main ABS efficiency parameter as the that's the Germany, and then the Z value is calculated by this formulation. That's a ratio of difference versus standard deviation. That was the result on wet film. X capital is on wet basalt, and sigma is the standard deviation. After the right calculation, the following results was like full mass of vehicle 0.2 are non-full 1.2. That was the result. As the conclusions, following conclusions, some comparative bus ABS testing on 2 different surfaces with low engagement on wet basalt and film are compliant with Annex 13 to UN Regulation number 13. The results confirm the possibility of using the results of our institute. The volume that was tested, of surfaces tested, was enough to derive at to arrive at good results. Z value another criteria was used for verification, but therefore the method, the right method was developed. Thank you very much for your attention. Maybe you have
Thank you, Yuriy. It's an interesting report. I have a question. Quite an original method of using wet film. What about this coefficient of getting and the layer of water? Does it actually increase, or is it stable, unstable? So this coefficient of cohesion. The second question is, there was an interesting opportunity to compare with wet basalt. If we compare the tests on wet basalt on this range with the test on wet basalt on another range, probably the properties of the basalt could differ, and the results will be different. Can I answer now? Victor, thank you for the question. It's quite a considerable question. First of all, I would like to answer the first question. Unfortunately, the method does not allow to change the layer of water thickness, because there are no edges to have this film of water on the surface. So we speak about the surface tension, and the water is just poured in necessary thickness, and we cannot actually compare it somehow. That's why I cannot say that it will differ. About retaining water, we didn't do any tests on this because it's quite expensive, actually, but taking into account of the research, it does not make any difference anyway, because the results were received. They satisfied the requirements of Rule 13, and it doesn't make sense to complicate the matter. Basalt tile has better cohesion, but when we do not have these ranges all over Ukraine, and this is the only method that we can actually have in Ukraine, and to retain this customer in Ukraine and not to refer them somewhere else. You know how much a range costs, millions of dollars. That's why with this basalt tile, we did not make the retention of it, and we didn't try. About the second question, taking into account the cost of basalt and the range, there it could be different, but if we speak about the layer and the basalt tile require the Rule 13, basalts can be different, but it won't actually affect the ultimate result. The Europeans understand that, and so do I from our research, that it is inconsiderable, but the absolute values will be different. The moment is, and there are different basalts, and it can be even compared with the difference on this film. And now I understand the question. And you said that you didn't actually consider depending on the film, so you had this wetted film. Actually, naturally, there could be a different layer somewhere. It can be affected by the sun. It can dry out somewhere. There could be different trips, and the results were different. According to the practice, I can say that it's not only about this bus, but also other vehicles. Due to this is an ongoing process. It's just not 1 second, but it's about braking on a wet surface and the length of this area is 100 meters. So taking into account the weight of the vehicle, time, the practice showed that having one axle of one vehicle, it does not differ much. Thank you. Concerning basal tile, I agree, but we did have the testing on the range, and we did not have another range possibility. Probably the question is whether somebody else did the testing. Unfortunately, there isn't much information on this topic. Actually, we saw this way from our foreign colleagues, but nobody wants to share this information. Whatever we received, it was from our experience, only by seeing the idea. I and Oleksiy, we actually wanted to have CVS to compare to the range, but probably we won't be able to take it there. As of today, it is a problem, and it's quite difficult to go abroad and almost impossible to get any comparisons. It's almost... Thank you. Serhiy, your question? It's interesting. What are the prospects of creating such a range in Ukraine? Well, speaking about the prospects, we speak more about the state, the investments that encompass such ranges. It's about millions and tens of millions of euros. We understand that. If you allow me, I'll let you answer. The question to Oleksiy, actually, because he created the project. Let him answer. If you allow, I can also add something. The question of having automobile range has been around for 25 years. There were different options for this. In 2013, the technical specification was approved for designing and creating a Ukrainian automobile range. I was responsible for this project, and I elaborated. It was also translated to English, and the best company at that time, the Spanish one, of the best ranges, Idiada, they said that having that technical specification, they were going to design that. So the main thing is not about facility, but more about the technology. And it's not about the technology of creating the layers, geometric dimensions, but technology of running the testing. When we were in this range with Volodymyr, Viktor, I asked to show us the moment, as Yuriy already mentioned, that we can actually take a vehicle and try this dynamic platform when we have one adhesion on one axle and good adhesion on the other one. And there was a line of different cars for this, because these kinds of testing, they are very popular. Up to 800 cars or trucks can be tested during a day. In my speech, I will speak about how much it might cost this automobile range. It was actually put into the accession of Ukraine agreement. Ukraine actually has to provide the realization of such a project in order to get European safety standards. I reported to the EU Commission 3 times, almost all banking structures, but every time we found out that if Ukraine has such access to technologies, they very politely said, we do not need competitors. There's a project, the design, how to build this range, depending on the terrain. In 2014, I also addressed this issue. Almost they allocated the land to this project, but they said, you can take the land. It was not far from Yanukovych's residence, but there was no money for this. Not only to put the plaques that the range is being built there, let alone the money. So the Institute did everything possible to make it happen, but unfortunately we still have state support. Sorry for taking some time. Thank you, Oleksiy. Nobody could describe better, just to have the full picture of this. I would like to ask so that everyone understands. So, Oleksiy, how many ranges like these are in the EU? In automobile building, there are several of them. From the big ones, I would say several dozens. The big ones, up to 15. Really big ones. We cannot cover all the requirements, though. If we speak about some special testing, there are actually more of them. But if we speak about the full-scale road surface, but there are also laboratories for systematic testing. I will speak about that during my speech. Okay, we can speak about around 15. Serhiy has a question. I have another question, actually, concerning the film. It's interesting. It actually provides a small coefficient of adhesion with tires. What about asphalt? You mean the tile itself? So the tile, are you speaking about tile or film? Film. So the film is put onto the asphalt that preliminary is wetted, and with the help of tension of water, it is the friction forces are enough. It will suffice for a series of testing. We can speak about 1 hour and a half of testing. Speaking about time. If we speak about trips, how many trips? The number of trips, it can be 10, 15, 30. It all depends on the sun. If the sun is up, then the time goes down. If without sun, then there could be more time allocated to this. Thank you. But reuse is not possible. Even if you use it once, yes, if it was deformed once, you cannot deploy it secondly. Thank you. Colleagues, do you have questions? No. Thank you, everyone. And now we still have a program apparatus complex to do the experimental and mathematical modeling of vehicles. Oleksiy, the floor is yours. Thank you.
У вас вже все вийшло. Ми вже все бачимо.
We can see that so already.
Ну, це якраз продовження цієї теми.
This is the continuation of this very topic, why it is important. When we look at the volume of testing capacities, when we have vehicles, that we have some finishing works and adjustment certification requirements to the requirements to Geneva Agreement and the Global Agreement, and quite separate the US agreement. The most complicated and the most expensive complex are ecological requirements. These are not complexes for crash tests. These are environmental complexes. When ZAS referred to the manufacturers of the equipment, the price tag was $6.5 million only for the parts of the necessary equipment, and it was not all. At that very time, it needed to certify only cars, but also environmental works for buses, trucks, and now the complex of norms, regulations for exhausts is much bigger. And now speaking about the costs of these labs, we call them emission labs. In this complex, the most expensive part is software and hardware complexes for processing results. That's the most expensive, most scientifically scientific part of it. So our institute, when we wanted to work through this, at least partially, we needed to work through this on our own, train ourselves, because physically we did not have that much money. The basis for this complex work, the fundamentals of virtual systematic research, like mathematical modeling from the point of view of design, solving other issues, and also the unit per unit, road, stand testings, all they are done within one environment according to the same protocols, and they complement each other. When the stand testing automatically have outgoing data for virtual research while using the mathematical modeling and vice versa. Also, the approach we chose, we had a separate systems of controlling and gathering data for measuring. That means that part of the system is done on the level of digital processors. The American technologies were done at that time, and top-tier levels were done by low-level computers. Why do we need that? To control fast-pacing processes of getting the torque data or the RPM for the engines. We started that we already had some equipment that was old lab for testing engines. We have inductor break, we also purchased some pieces of equipment to measure fuel consumption. We also had a dosimetric system, and it was a testing sample that Ukr-Analyt Prilad created. At that time, Ukraine had such a potential in science that only a few countries were able to produce gasometric equipment. We still had it, although it broke sometimes. Also, the lab had at its disposal the pulling stand that the institute actually produced. It was on the series manufacturing, and the first thing was done was a universal module that could be connected to any part of the lab. It was portable, and we were also able to purchase a gas analytical complex. That's an interesting story behind it. We still have the only one, and as an example, we automatized running stand testing of engines, for example, changing in time. Then we also elaborated different modules. For example, there's a block test for pattern for internal combustion engine, and I will speak about a block for automatic processing for measuring. It's quite useful. Also, forecasting on how some changes can be done on fuel consumption, on dynamic properties, on exhaust. We developed a very complicated software with a modern interface that allowed testing of any vehicle, of any cycle of driving using universal matrices. We can say that the basis for modeling of operational properties in Ukraine, mostly in other former republics of the USSR, was made by the Professor Gutarevich on the Department of Engines back in 1980s. And when I got to postgraduate studies, my task was to use this base and to have the task on measuring and modeling driving of different vehicles. In our institute, we had the universal open platform on developing these methods. We had quite intensive correspondence with an American company on modeling. We were not worse than them, but unfortunately, Ukrainian construction and designing ideas were put into optimization and making everything cheap, but they were still developed and they still work. Speaking about some data processing and putting some functions. For example, there is a function, there is a parameter and how it changes from one parameter to another. And whoever does modeling, they understand that if we use classical method of representation of mathematical constants, what is done? We have polynomial models, and there will be not approximation, and it's quite difficult to actually merge them together, and the result will be not ideal. The solution then was done on the spline function, and here, as you see, the parameters are used here, and the spline function is able to actually to describe any function in one dimension, second dimension, and this is how it looks. And then we renewed the work of the laboratory we had to repair a lot, and we made the block like this. It was just a model to automatize standard testing for engines for different modes and assembling of the engines. It looks like this up until now. This is the old time, and these are the examples of automatic assignment of tasks for the stand for the engines in stationary and quasi-transient cycles. Why quasi-transient? Because they speak about the forced idle run. We need to have the electric inflow, but we have only reducing brake here, and the system of controlling of such brake does not allow us to change speed, but it's a very good approximation to in-transient cycle. We did that as far as 20 years ago. Then we automatized the new stand for testing automobiles. Here we have the model of microprocessor system of controlling with a pulling stand, and here you see the fragment of European cycle. At that time, we did not have the European modern equipment, and that's the example of the pulling stand. Here we have the force, the power system, and at that time, very good pulling indicators were used. It was on the basis on the level of the best counterparts from other countries. So it was quite difficult to reach that on all the equipment, and we used the spline linearization, and that's the error or deviation. Here we have the frequency, accordingly velocity on the stand, and red, it's after spline linearization. A very effective algorithm on compensation of hysteresis was used. It bothers to receive good meteorological data, like physical or whatever, and that is a digital numeric algorithm. Here we have the hysteresis value before compensation and below after. It was quite revolutionary at that time. Later we started to collect money. Here we have the first gas analytical system that was purchased. It meets all the world standards measuring concentrations, and this is how the pulpit looked like on standing testing there. Then the institute also elaborated the systems of the emission system. It was quite complicated. That is still there, the most precise in the world. Nobody gets better meteorological indicators as far as mass emission of particles is concerned. And then there was a big international tender that we organized to buy a rolling stand that is modern, and it actually can imitate inertia. We imitated inertia in the old stand. We were able to do that, but it was built on the pedicure in braid that was not getting to the characteristics that it was designed. A synchronous machine is used in such a case. We have the roller like this. The diameter is 1.4 meters. You can see it here. The wheel on the roller. The operator is in the back, and you can see the system, CVS, that allows to measure the mass of the emitted particles, and it's quite modern. It actually was ahead of its time, because on the basis of this system being non-standard, a new method of defining the mass of particles was defined. And SRTVS, it allows to show, to see very small emissions that a new standard system doesn't see anymore.
Ось як приклад зміни масових викидів заборонених речовин в європейському їздовому циклі.
That's an example of the European of what is going on in Europe and the new cycle. And then the laboratory made a lot of efforts from the point of view of the automation of the station that's like a fuel station, and it looks like a rocket, like a missile. That's a pretty complicated control. That's an example of harvesting data for measuring. Then the laboratory should come up with systems for air cleaning. And then 2017 through 19, just a great deal of work was conducted in a mass manner for compliance with standards. Then on the basis are a competition of more than 1,200 cars that were designed in the US and Europe. We found out that none of the manufacturers is completely compliant with the ecological standards. Actually, there are too many standards, and somebody just dared and rolled out a big article in Society of Automatic Engineering. That's a magazine, and what they got was on very much Volkswagen, but they sort of smoothed it out, got it a little bit because it wasn't perfect. That's an example. That's a rolling modeling stand with a bus, and in 2005, several years, we had a state complex of equipment and that's for emission laboratory, environmental laboratory. That was already mentioned by Yuriy. I mean, the kinds of tests they were doing and many others. So now the situation is that Ukraine has no resource for setting up the right research center. And unfortunately, on the other hand, our own domestic automobile industry is still declining, on the verge of being destroyed for the market for doing these large-scale testing. There is unfortunately not enough effort, not enough power. But the government had it in its plans that they were to address the job of making a vehicle range with a minimum laboratory to be constructed there. With compliance with international standards, the cost of that project was like estimated 79 million euros. We're getting a lot of criticism that it can't be done for this little money, but I think that we may get a hold of the most important critical points just to catch up. Well, we can't catch up with the leaders, but we have to aspire to be part of the world process of manufacturing and compliance evaluation of the product, because the modern car, the modern vehicle is a multinational product, a national product with plenty of elements that are scattered, or the origin of which is scattered around the world. That's the industry that is very important There are nanoparticles that one needs to clean up. See the pictures that we took in Kiev of the nanoparticles. The resolution is not enough, unfortunately. But anyway, that equipment was developed to create some very high quality thin films and good technology of saving energy and energy transfer. Just to group it into directions or areas for further development of the research and development base for further integration into the European space. And we need to be proposing it to the world market just to be part of the world process. I am sorry that I spoke too long, took too much time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Oleksiy. Good presentation, very interesting. There are no hands raised so far, just yet. Let's say, actually, what belongs to national scientific or research benefit or gain, the institute is going to come up like how many? 95 years old. So how many more time will you take? We did not start from scratch. All the equipment in the laboratory was still there in the early 80s. So all in all, that makes like 45 to 46 years of those efforts, out of which 25 last years. A lot of efforts was made just to make those things visible, presentable and doable, workable equipment, repaired laboratory equipment, and it costs quite a bit to maintain it in a good working condition. And why am I stressing, reiterating this software, hardware complex? We have saved our resources by doing it all by ourselves. But there is the reverse side of that coin. It's very difficult to develop that software complex because our state enterprises are not competitive compared to the private companies that have a whole team of programmers, coders. I myself started with coding, and I developed the codes for social processes, and there were the basis for data exchange on an interface via an interface. We collected a team of talented programmers, Mr. Chish, Mr. Kudrenko, and team of others. They trained and they learned something from the institute. We went abroad to the foreign companies on pretty decent, enormous salaries. So when it comes to shortage of financial resources for acquiring of the right equipment and for retaining of the salaries of the right experts, Ukraine has faced a technological barrier. That's in particular in ecological standards, and that in particular includes negligence towards ecology. While this should be a tough competition tool, like any standards, that's realities of life, unfortunately, and that's the history story of standards. The first documented standard goes back 5,000 years in China. And that was actually the tracks and how wide should the track be for horse-driven carts and coaches. That was the competition between parts of China, one part of China versus another one with their rules, and that was the first competition. I can see two more hands. So our institute has been doing that. I've heard your institute was doing that for like 45 years. I'm very interested. Maybe I missed something from the presentation, but what can you say about researching e-vehicles? Yes, e-vehicles could be tested unfortunately, it was available only for one axis. I mean, the stand for testing only on one axis, but two axes were impossible. They took too much electricity, too much power. It's too expensive. But basically, we came up with a technical solution. Just to, I won't talk about this actually, but someday, most likely, we're gonna achieve this because that's a full-fledged testing stand, testing testing machine. It's over €1 million. It's not affordable now. Viktor Vasilievich, welcome, please. If you allow me, I would like to comment. To add something, like yes, right, to add something. Okay, when it all started off, like 50 years ago, goes back 50 years. I was almost at the very origin, at the very birth of this process, because I came to the Institute back in 1985, and the previous leader of our laboratory, Vitaly Rubtsov. So today, we have to commemorate, that's 1 year since he's no more, and he was a patriot of that process, and he wrote proposals and memos back in Soviet times. Like at that time, Ukraine had to have such a range, such a complex for ecology testing, environment testing, and at that time only the first steps had been made, and the first step was made in back in '83 when our Ministry of Road Vehicles procured equipment for different laboratories of the Institute, but that was mostly the driving and drawing testing stand that they had, and there was a special cartridge, MK3, which allowed for the max shortest time for testing vehicles. And another step we already did together with me, together with Oleksiy, for a few years. We were writing an action plan at the disposal of the cabinet to relieve the environment of a negative impact that was back in 2004. That was approved, and it stipulated, first of all, 1 million hryvnias for procuring gas equipment, analytical equipment, just analytical equipment. That was a little amount to buy this kind of equipment, and we added 1 more million to the Institute, and Anatoly also supported that theme, and we bought that equipment. And then afterwards, we were able to full-fledgedly test. Serhiy, Oleksiy just showed some modeling rolling stand, and I, as far as I remember, there was Zaz made vehicles, that a few models that we tested down to dusk, and then based on the results derived, we made changes to the software's coding, and together with them we got very interesting results. Now, what I mean actually is that although in Ukraine the vehicle industry is in a status of stagnation, but in a condition of stagnation, but Ukraine still needs some means to control the products that are imported to Ukraine. That includes the most modern environmental requirements, not only for e-vehicles, not only for diesel vehicles, but also for gasoline vehicles. When it's the mass, when the quantity, when the ABS and braking requirements, which will allow us to arrive at a new level, not only for products control, but also for technology development, for cooperation with the European testing grounds, testing centers. And Oleksiy said that we can really achieve those values because everybody in the EU is compliant with the world levels standards. Yeah, that was already a presentation. That makes a presentation. Okay. If you have any further questions, dear colleagues, or comments. I also want to add something. There's a problem with programmers, with coders, with specialists. Unfortunately, we do have one too. We had a programmer programming for the stands, but when he was learned enough, he just left us, which is an issue of everyone who, whenever some qualified guys come over and they get some experience, they look for a different position, for a different job. We once were making up just things to make programmer's salary as equal to the deputy director, just to retain them, but it's impossible to be achieved. That's the brilliance and the poverty. So what can you do? That's the reality. Okay, let's move along. And now we're switching to the next session. We got like 15 minutes until lunch break, and this one will be about standardization on the first presentation, after which I think we're going to make a lunch break will be about national standards of public transportation quality services, service quality, by my colleague Yuriy and by Anna Naudika. Thank you. It's just to say that we speak about national standards every time, and every time we sort of work on that issue. Back in 23, in February, national standards were accepted, passed, the STU 13816, and then in 20 years, and in transportation and logistics and public passenger transport, its designation of the STU 15140, that's public passenger transport recommendations and requirements for evaluating of the quality of services provided. Health standards concern every citizen of Ukraine, because everybody one or another way uses public transportation, because those standards and those standards are not only for public transportation, for city transportation, but also for all kinds of transportation. Like the definition says that passenger transportation, public transportation, that's includes the categories, is open to every citizen of Ukraine. That includes also railway and road and marine and so on and so forth. Because the previous presentation of ours was disrupted, so somewhere on December 7th last year, the cabinet approved the national strategy up to 2030, the national action plan for 25 through 27, and here come to our line items by our institute, that's number 91, that's incentivizing stimulation of national standards compliance on the use of public transportation, and also now in 2092 improve the procedure of providing services to passengers, and therefore an act of law was passed just for us not to forget what public transportation is and how to use it. Now here comes the flowchart on standards implementation. Basically, that's most of all on the local authorities. I mean, the responsibility for public transportation. There should be some interventions and polling of passengers. Organized experts should be trained on quality criteria. Then groups of experts should work in an organized manner when it comes to controlling compliance with by the carriers. Coordination center coordination should be created as a follow-up. So we propose that a focal point center coordination center should be created to measure the quality of services, criteria being developed for service provision by carriers and standards implementation. There should be certifications for carriers developed and then followed up by evaluating them. Quality of the services has two sides. I will just skip over this. It's bilateral. It's on the other hand requires something from the organizers of transportation and also from the carriers themselves. And that should be controlled by the organizers of transportation. So I've already said methodological centers and level of development, territorial communities, curricula for doing an expert evaluation of passenger satisfaction, then periodic advanced training of those experts, and group of experts and territorial communities should be created. Quality criteria should be proper for every community to reflect the real problems of a territorial community. Passengers should be polled, surveyed as to confirmation of analysis results, and an agreement with the carriers should be concluded. Then analysis of practice of use and improvement and regulation. There's plenty of items like 3x8 categories, so 38 categories split into more categories, so it makes a total of like 160 line items, but every territorial community can choose their own items to explore. But we also have something that depends on the organizer, and another group depends on the carrier. So the first one, that's the organizer, and that includes routing and density of transportation, and stable tariffs, then the modern fare payments means or ways, then average as per passenger time of approach to the bus stop, and how much time does it take them to make the full transportation to the destination, how many stopovers, then average minimum and maximum interval of bus movement, then regular constructs as the stations or stops down the route, and distance between the stops. Those set values, targeted values are set by the organizer. That is comfortability and the density of routes, then availability of transport infrastructure for disabled people, then information follow-up, then level of service, how guaranteed it is, and so on and so forth. This is what we have when it comes to a potential ideal public transportation in Kyiv. They have contributed a lot to the development of public transportation. Now, what depends on the carrier themselves, regularity of transportation of passengers down the route, plus the comfortability, and awareness raising, modern fair payment methods for fares, then safety on the trip. It's not only the traffic safety, but also that's no violations when getting on bus, embarking. Then there is an alarm button, whether that is or not, there should be on the vehicle inside. And then there are also some line items that depend on the carrier and his personnel, replacement, potential replacement of bus, the maintenance possibilities, and speed of maintenance, sanitary condition, cleanliness, then maintenance status, whether it is fit, and after all the look over, after all the once-overs, and then external presentation of the bus, like the running line and announcement of stops, that there should be an action plan that should be approved and implemented on the state level. A methodological center in the ministry should be created to coordinate medical service in case of potential accidents, and there is a general methodology and measures within national standardization. Experts should be more qualified. Acts of law should be developed. Incentives should be given. And then extra scores and points should be provided when it comes to contests for something for a route. Then wherever necessary, traffic rules and passenger transportation rules should be changed to provide for compliance to be certified like that. On this level, it is necessary to include national standards to be for all the local players to be compliant with, and then on local level, national standards and methodological committees should be created at the organizer's facility with the help of national executive authority that regulates transportation. Also, contests for whatever for routes should be conducted, but the conditions should be changed based on the services level that are provided on each route, and on each route there should be quality criteria introduced according to national standards. Then expert groups should be created for systemic analysis of the results of pollings, of surveys. Some problematic issues still includes the absence of a single center of focal point, and categories of quality certificates, and methods of incentivizing carriers, certifying for services. That's it, just to be very brief. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, Alla. Any questions, dear all?
Да. Це правда.
It's from the ministry that the question should be asked. Okay, if there are no hands raised, then everything is crystal clear. That was like transportation and carrying passengers. And the first one was technical. That this one is for passengers. Now that's a different theme. Okay. And Alla, thank you very much. And Mykola, thank you very much. And dear colleagues, if you have more questions, then we're gonna reconvene at the discussion panel at 5:15. And as far as I get, we're going to cope with that. We're going to look into it. Yes, there's plenty of presentations that we have missed. We have left. Now it's almost lunchtime. It's 1 minute to lunch. So I wish you bon appetit, and let's reconvene in an hour at 2 o'clock. We're doing an online report from an international exhibition, and that's like domestic electronics in Las Vegas. That happens every year. But I was talking about like digital chassis, digital cabin, and the examples, Sony and Honda, that's from there. So I think we're going to make some sort of virtual once-over of what is going on there. And after that, we're going to continue with this conference. Bon appetit, and see you in an hour.
Ну, давайте ще трошки почекаємо.
Let's wait a little bit.
Хто у нас наступний за програмою?
Who is next according to the program?
Я хотів спитати, поки
I
вирішує проблему.
would like to ask, while this technical problem is being solved, is the next speaker ready? Let's wait anyway.
Оскільки я Валерій Івановича зараз не бачу, напевно, він
Since I don't see Valerii now, he's rebooting his computer. If he doesn't get here, I would like Yuriy to do his speech, and then we will go back to Valerii.
Телефон далеко у вас? Валерій Іванович, телефон далеко, щоб зараз...
Is your phone far away? Please call him.
Беріть Валерій Іванович, да, щоб ми почекаємо, поки...
Valerii, and we will wait until this problem is solved. Yuriy, are you ready?
Так, готовий.
Yes, I am. Then, if you have this opportunity, we can actually continue this part with your speech.
Так, готовий.
Yes, I'm ready.
Так,
Так. Олексій Андрійович, слухаю.
Oleksiy, I'm all ears.
добренько, тобто ми вас чуємо,
We
презентацію.
can hear you. We see this presentation
Відновлює роботу комп'ютера.
while Volodymyr is rebooting. You have the possibility to have your speech. Dear colleagues, my second speech will be about standards, modern requirements about the manufacturing and operation of dump trucks with different loading and exploitation during national standards. On June 23rd, 2022, a decision was made for the membership in the EU for Ukraine. Such a status requires that the standardization and alignment of the norms that are used in the EU should be used in Ukraine. Well, the program of works on national standardization for 2024 foresees the translation of the national standards harmonized with EU standards. Namely, DSTU EN 1501 dump trucks, general requirements, and requirements to safety. Part 1, dump trucks with rear loading. Part 2, dump trucks with lateral loading. Part 3, with frontal loading. And Part 5, lifting devices to be installed on dump trucks. Chronologically, the standards started to be issued starting from 1998, and the one which was accepted and approved in Europe was back in 1998, and the updating was until 2024. It continued until through 2011, 2021. Ukraine joined these requirements back in 2006, and the package was also taken with specialists from the required university. The refuse collection vehicles with different types of loading can be differentiated by different ways of loading the waste. That is rear, lateral, and front. The refuse collection vehicles used to collect and transport the waste and can be loaded through waste bins and manually. Rear-loaded vehicles are the ones that can be used into the bunker of the hull, and there's also compressing a mechanism there, and then compresses it in order to compress. Different devices are used for compressing and taking it out. The side-loaded RCVs, and that's waste or materials for disposal, are loaded from sides. The waste is loaded into the bunker manually or mechanically on sides, and with the frontal load, and that's where the waste or materials for disposal are loaded from the front. The waste is loaded into the bunker manually or mechanically from the front with the force beam of the loading hole. The peculiarity is that it is the hole is over the cabin. There are different waste containers used there. The main containers are used. The cylindrical one, the triangular systems, ladle type containers, the fork lifters, and the pivoted ones. The main hazards on working with dump trucks are getting the elements or catching the elements of the dump trucks, jerks, mechanical bangs by the elements or of the dump truck, falling of the operator from height, cutting or scratching by the elements of the dump truck, getting into the mechanisms, the hydraulic liquid action of the pressurized air, hazard of getting electric shock, thermal shock, vibration of the elements of the dump truck, hazards of getting into the dust or evaporation, biological threat, mechanical asphyxions, breathing. The main zones of hazards is 1.5 meters from the front or rear edges of the dump truck, 0.85 laterally on the height. It's 2.5 meters on height from the surface. Main the ones that use cranes, there are additional zones. That's a radius of crane, the height of a beam. The main manufacturers of specialized vehicles, some like dump trucks, these are shown on this slide. And some of these manufacturers already had the testing with state auto transport. The main conclusions here are, in order to have the programs of the work of national standardization for 2024, the projects of national standards are elaborated. The first part with rear loading, second part with side loading, third the frontal loading, and the fifth part for lifting mechanisms. There the projects describe the technical requirements and safety for different dump trucks with different types of loading, and the development of a regulatory base is necessary for this. In order to form this regulatory base, there's a necessity to get national standards identical to European normative document EN01. That's it from me. If you have some questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you, Yuriy. It's a pleasure to see that we have not just one, but several manufacturers. I see that Vladislav raised his hand. The question is, but this question is actually for my own understanding. Could you tell me if there are some requirements for the bottoms of the bunkers where the waste is or refuse is loaded? The thing is that there are a lot of chemicals that contact between themselves, and then we see when a dump truck goes by from the holes, we see the liquid is coming out, pours out, and we can always say where the dump truck went. Are there any special requirements for the bottom of the bunker? For requirements technically. We do not have any requirements. There are some ecological requirements so as to prevent some leakages. So your question is more about a technical condition. A new dump truck is not likely to have something like this that is leaking. But if we speak about the one that is operated, then we speak about the technical condition. I understand that, but probably it's some kind of plastic lining or something. I understand. The main requirements, that's safety. It's about the zones of hazard, about work of the personnel. What has to the manufacturer do to prevent any incidents or accidents for the personnel? If there is a dump truck, some safety precautions have to be done for such a truck. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have any more questions for the speaker? Fedor also commented that sanitary and hygienic norms also regulate the emissions.
Так, немає більше питань, да?
No more questions here.
Немає?
Якщо немає, дякую.
If no questions, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Чутно.
Так, добре чутно.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Олексій Андрійович, мене чутно?
Oleksiy, can you hear me? Yes, Victor, we can hear you well. That's why I'm asking. So, colleagues, we completed 10th section. We have 11th section on qualification improvement for managers, specialists, and experts in the field of automobile transport. I would like Mykola Mastepan to prepare, but now, as I had presented before, after lunch, we had some technical issues, and now they are rectified. Now we are going to attend an exhibition. It's just an annual, one time a year exhibition. It's called Consumer Electronics Show, and it takes place in Las Vegas. It started in 1995. This exhibition mostly is about some devices, but most cars up to 10 years already exhibit their new cars. And it's not about some devices for every day, but mostly for cars. I would like to remind for our community, and there will be AI, so as to prevent any questions, and there will be some explanations from AI. And in order to attend this exhibition, we have a double AI, and also made her doppelganger, and she sent to this exhibition. And then we will have AI in AI, and that's half-truth, and Oleksiy knows what is going to be. Anna, if you're ready, 2024, we know where it is, and the exhibition of 2025, it takes place always in January, and it is ongoing right now. And there's an interview and report back from the exhibition. Can you hear me well? Yes. So I'm going to share the screen. This is 2024 in the sphere of automobiles and transportation. We have the presentation from big brands like BMW, Honda, Hyundai, Sony, and we have the ecosystem ability with global presentation that actually outlined the autonomicity of future vehicles, electromobiles, programmably assigned, and even flying vehicles. We also have some auxiliary works on being mobile. The producers also showed their services and new solutions by electrification and using renewable sources of energy and experimenting with new technologies such as processing of batteries. Some innovations was Babin from Hyundai. E-corner system is harnessed there. It allows all the wheel out of 4 to be turned by as much as 90 degrees. We have Hyundai Mobius developed this technology. The first e-corner system was shown 1 year ago, and Hyundai improves and polishes it. Unfortunately, as of today, we still don't know when it will be sold and how much this car will cost.
Дякую. Це був,
Thank you.
скажімо, умовно, клон чи аватар там так далі.
It was a clone or avatar as AI, and then we will see what's going on today.
The company Viktor has presented a concept for a revolutionary vehicle running on electricity. That's a moped, Skyride X1, that could be transportable quadrocopter, goes as high as 200 meters. 2 modifications are available. The first one has a battery to 10.5 kilowatt hours, up to 25 minutes of flight. The second modification includes a battery for 21 kilowatt hours that will allow it to stay in the air up to 40 minutes. The developers are promising safe use because of multiple backup systems like a built-in parachute, automatic takeoff and landing. Apart from that, it includes the technology for planning the optimal flight route during the flight. It will be rolled out in the next year, 2026, with a purchase price as $60,000. So it makes it number 1 within the segment of affordable, innovative transportation or vehicle. To me, it seems not very reliable. Can you just hop on it? I decided to ask our consultant. Actually, Skyrider X1 could be safe if the developer implements all the declared functions like the backup systems, route optimization, and the built-in parachute. But its safety depends on successful testing, technical dependability, compliance with the standards, regulations, and the reliable structure. So testing should be conducted before mass use. Let's hope that a personal air transportation will be not only comfortable but also safe in future. Right. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. As far as you can see, that's like a coincidence, or it was planned that we need to conduct our conference and we need to see where the world is going to when it comes to developments from all the sectors, especially on the novelty 2025, that's air moped. And there is also one L1AP that needs to be certified. Nobody is applying for that to us, but that's a matter of the regulator. That's up to the regulator how it will eventually land on the market. There are some investments which are pretty big. There is an AI, and it also depends, its use depends on our potential infrastructure. So we're better stay calm because we got no infrastructure at all, and the regulator should work as well. And I don't think that we're going to have it resolved pretty soon, but we need to understand that as rule number one in marketing says, we need to manufacture what is selling, not to sell what is manufacturing. So we're trying to sell what is being manufactured, but life will force us to manufacture what will sell well. And I think we're in for, like, innovatively speaking, hard times because by how much is the question. Our country's regulators should be involved in that, because yesterday we heard from Alla. She made a presentation and she said that it's not only up to the regulators. There should be some sort of convergence or cooperation of a minimum two regulators. For example, just to put into practice number 156, but there should be some other numbers and teams of regulators, at least to launch the air moped. That's the story. Maybe somebody else wants to talk about things like self-reliance, autonomy, then optimization of the route, then what could be deciphered as a full-fledged AI, 5G or 6G communication system. There should be all the cyber security measures should be in place. There should be autonomy on level 4 or level 5. So that makes quite a job to do for our institute in this area, in this sector. Do you have something to say on that account? I can see some hands. Welcome, please. Could you please tell me, is it possible to provide a hyperlink just for me to share it to my students? Yes, on the chat. You're gonna have a hyperlink. Yes. Thank you very much. There's not much in there, but in answer to your question, there's a lot of domestic appliances there, but there's artificial intelligence everywhere when it comes to vacuum cleaners, when it comes to everything that's available in there. Because we only demonstrated the vehicle part, but it also includes other different things run by the AI, and that's the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. That's how it goes around today. And any other questions? If I may comment, yes, Alla, please. Jules Verne described all those things, except for one thing, that the automobile will fly and dive underwater. But it does dive underwater. At least, yeah, there are guys to be engaged in that. That requires a traffic control. It's not just to take off and fly wherever you want. There should be, and it will be just 2 degrees more, not 2 degrees more dangerous compared to the other transportation. Yes, that's up to regulators, and we need to understand. We just spoke about the manufacturers and what problems we have on our way of developing the resources, but everything should be calculated. Nobody just will toss their money. Everything should be profit-oriented, not just to operate. So If it's rolls out since 2026, then we need to understand that it's got investments already in there and the potential profit already calculated. Now let's recall Bill Gates, ex-number-1 person, rich person in the world, and now Elon Musk, when he started his neuro chips and then the Teslas and so on and so forth. I remember those times that he was a laughing stock, like especially the automobile manufacturers made a laughing stock of him. But today Tesla's capitalization exceeds that of all the automobile manufacturers in the world together. If you take the capitalization like Toyota and the second place, now I might be, correct me if I'm wrong. There will be the audio group, and they're all together ain't worth single Tesla. Once Tesla is Tesla is united with that. Then I said then 22 the results of all the experiments that when they say like the figure is more than 7, and I saw it for the first time at the conference, and today we understand that it's wrong because the company Qualcomm, the American company Qualcomm, that means all the smartphones, all the gadgets, they've all got art that was made by Qualcomm, and subsequently that's pretty powerful industry. The scientific resource base is pulling all the industry, because we spoke yesterday that all the innovations in new automobiles, they fall into the 90% into the IT constituent. Only 10% is remaining, but the world is really rushing ahead very, very fast. And that's the autonomousness, self-reliance. That's the triangle of all the things I've already mentioned. If we're not ready from the point of view of our base, then also we need to give questions to the regulator. There's plenty of ways of questions for the regulators on how they let into the market. On top of that, the cost of this car, of this vehicle, is made of constituents that we can't really see, because in our country they're just wasting money. Like you buy an expensive thing with very many possibilities, but they will require an intellectual transport system. But an intellectual transport system, because I didn't want to upset you in this year, and I was showing that throughout the previous 3 years, and I demonstrated the Ukravtodor, which is the road administration of Ukraine's website. They still have a concept for automation development that goes back to 2009, mind you. That's their movement ahead. But it goes back. You just go on it, go on their website, and it says the concept is not a program, not yet a program, but conceptual concept for an automation development program for the road industry. It goes back to 2009, was created back in 2009. That's what I wanted to tell you. So they're lagging behind pretty much. There are things to work on. There are routes to go down, and just want to reiterate again that there will be some vertically taken off cars, and that will impose new rules. The regulator will meet with us, and we want to meet the regulator. There might be like a union of regulators, maybe 3, 4 regulators because they said clearly that, yeah, that's a serious question. Therefore, now, dear colleagues, there are no comments anymore. Let's move ahead. Okay. Can I add to that just a little bit? Yes, to your presentation. That's about transportation rules. We can't hear you. Vladislav, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Можливо, тільки я не чую.
Maybe I don't hear. Maybe the others either. No, not everyone hears you. No, he doesn't have. Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now? Yes, now we can.
І знову зник.
Okay, he's gone again. Now imagine that you're a connected vehicle, right? Okay, the vehicle acts like that. Like, just write on the chat. We're going to read that. Vladislav, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Okay, right, let's move out. Let's move along. Vladislav, we're going to connect you. I'm going to put you up again later. We can't hear you. Okay, now we're within section 11, and I'm going to clarify, is Mikola here? Right. No, got none. Okay, there is no Donbass National Academy. We're gonna be waiting. Then yes, we got Oleksandr.
Щодо підготовки та перепідготовки фахівців, які працюють
from the Kyiv Auto Transportation Institute, and he's going to talk about preparation and training of specialists working in the transport sector to provide assistance and support. Is there any sound? Okay, I'm going to put on the presentation right now, and yes, right.
Зараз підійде помічник, це не
Maya, it is coming over, and would like to welcome all the conference participants in person. I wish you to be in a good cheer. And today we celebration that togetherness day for Ukraine.
Видно презентацію?
Can you see my presentation?
Зараз, да. Бо ну, я ж не знаю, як включити.
But I don't know how to put it on. Okay, it's like share, right? And where is that?
О, так, є зображення, я перепрошую.
Right, we got a picture?
Да, будь ласка.
Yes, please.
В принципі, про що йде мова? Значить, на жаль,
Okay, what is in question? There are many disabled people, especially there are many more people right now. So the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People obliges everyone, the states, to take all the measures to guard and safeguard a person, to respect their dignity. In particular, the state has to provide with those people with carry-table transportation vehicle, and secondarily should be equipped with all the upgrades that are necessary for these people with low mobility. then there should be transport infrastructure provided for those kinds of people. Fourthly, that depends on the professional level of decisions makers in that area, specialists, to prepare and to train and retrain specialists, transport specialists that are following and caring about disabled. They developed, there's a development for those people, for those specialists. There's a training course developed for transportation of passengers with carriers, and this course includes systemic presentation on key issues, regulation of transportation services, and we cannot see your slides. They are not everything. That was just an introduction. We're going to be seeing the slides. This course could be used for training and retraining of specialists, leaders, and personnel that operates in the area of service provision in the transportation sector. Okay, I want to switch the slides, right? The goal of this course is to get the hang of some underlying issues for passenger transportation, for caring, for following low mobility group of population, and upgrades. Therefore, the course objectives include concepts like disability, low mobility groups, and availability. There is no principles of universal design and reasonable space. There are methodologies for sharing the best experience for provision of transportation services for everyone. And number 3, skills as to providing those services to low mobility groups should be formulated. And the last one, the communication between a link between theory and practice should be provided for a typical curriculum, stipulates the theoretical and hand-on training for the listeners, 18 sections, and includes there is an underlying course, regulator norm that recommend the availability of transportation services for low mobile population groups. And part 2 includes special preparation, peculiarities for the organization of passengers and with limited mobility, requirements for vehicles just to improve such passengers' access and following those passengers. And third part includes practical training for people with impaired musculoskeletal apparatus, with impaired vision, with also mental impairments. It includes that as well. One can go on the hyperlink I'm going to give you at the very end. Oh, maybe back, a few slides back. You may go on that hyperlink and kind of see that course and familiarize yourself. Then the course was developed that you can read it through the authors. Right. The beneficial and proper addition will be providing assistance for physical entry to a vehicle the methodologies developed by workers of transport and road infrastructure, and that was developed taking into account the needs of people with disability. It presents some methodological foundations to organize this process of following physically disabled people into vehicles and out of them. According to the methodological recommendations, a collection of photographs and video sheds light about the underlying status quo, the methodology, the main principles of interaction when it comes to working, communication, and providing services to people to disabled people. The ethics of communication, in other words, it also shows how to care about people on wheelchair. Then it includes those aids, physical aids, the use of physical aids, and how to help those people. Impaired vision people, then impaired hearing, people with impaired hearing, and with mental impairments as well. It includes how to help those people. You can see the collection of these materials, unfortunately.
Але в інтернеті можна її знайти, відкрити, користуватися. Значить, наразі
Yes, you can go on it, you can open it and use it. There's an assembly of disabled people, as you can see on the internet, and in certain regions by using this kind of aid. They organize training for carers, for people providing transportation services that does not only pertain to road vehicles, but also to railways and also metro and aircraft. And we're not going to talk about the marine and river. Actually, that presentation mostly aims to extrapolate information about the available methodological resources that provide the possibility to improve one's awareness and skills and the last thing it's those appliances and aids that really improve a disabled person's life. For example, that simplest version, that's a motorcycle with a sidecar, side buggy, and the buggy's got a ramp on which you can get. A shortcoming is that you've got to need a carrier that's
Другий варіант, коли, наприклад, вирішується це питання вже
where you got to use this vehicle. Another example, when there is a three-wheeled vehicle like this one, like a sidecar motorcycle that is equipped with a platform with a ramp that allows you to get on your own with a wheelchair, on a wheelchair, and actually you stay there in your wheelchair and you remain autonomous, not depending on anyone. This one is already a full-fledged vehicle, full-fledged car that has full protection from some outside influence.
Ви самі можете побачити. Значить, це варіант той, що просто переобладнаний вже існуючий кузов від автомобіля.
That option is that it is re-equipped to the existing one, and that's the simplest variance. A tricycle that was developed, like you see now. Wheelchair is reinforced. It's got reinforced wheels, and you can use it as a transportation vehicle on its own, but it also can be equipped with a motor wheel. That's already for road driving, you know, and off-road driving. This one is more simple, and this one is to use e-scooter that you can use to
Ну, а це вже безпосередня розробка.
And this one is
Крісло-коліска, до якого приєднується моторизоване
wheelchair with a motorized wheel, and somebody's development. This one is internal combustion engine, and this one is electric, and you can use it with your chair. This is a pretty simple kit that you can assemble yourself and use, and this one is on how you can use this motorized wheelchair even for like 2 people. In other words, this is how you can communicate, socialize with each other. Yes, I'm done. Yeah, I'm open to your questions. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander, for your presentation. So after the Las Vegas exhibition, you made us down to earth pretty much, but what you're mentioning is a very important activity, and thank you therefore. Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
Тоді, як виникнуть, я готовий відповідати.
There are some questions I'm ready to answer. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have the last speech, however, maybe, but also please turn off your mic if you don't speak. We have the last speech, and we still have people, quite a big number of speakers who hasn't spoken yet. We will have such an opportunity. But according to our agenda, we have the last one on the implementation of key performance indicators in research institutions operating as state-owned commercial enterprises. It concerns our institute as well. There's a group of people who can speak, but here we will have Oleksiy Klymenko. I'm very sorry. I still have the technical problem. I would like to ask him. Okay, no problem.
Мікрофон включен.
The microphone is on. We can see and hear you well.
Все? Добрий день. Прошу пробачення за те, що
I'm sorry for some errors, for some technical mistakes, and I believe that now we can have a speech right now. Dear colleagues, my congratulations and all the participants on the Department of Automobiles named after Gorytski, Kharkiv Road Transport University, and I would like to wish you all the best and good health. And here we have this noise problems on the vehicles, and we spoke on this development in our department back in 1980s. Some results were also reported in Krakau, Germany, where some good feedback received. And also good contribution about decreasing the noise of a braking crane for this braking drive. At that time, the institution worked at the braking drive, and it was our direction. Altogether, we thought about the overall level of noise produced by this drive. We also saw the main sources of noise. The full factor experiment was done, and the vehicle was researched about the radiated noise. On the second slide, we can see the character of interference of parameter of pneumatic pressure, diameter, and the length of piping, overall noise, and impact of the parameters to the noise of two-section braking crane. On the next slide, we see the impact of volume and pressure on the consumption part of pneumatic braking drive to a noise of two-section braking crane. Here we have the combination of the factors researched. Here we have the impact of length and diameter of the piping of pneumatic braking drive to noise of two-section braking crane. Thus, with the preliminary research, we found out that the pneumatic braking drive is a source of irregular impulse noise. Frequency is from 1000 to 8000 hertz, and level of noise pressure has about 82 decibels. That prevents all that overcomes the 10 decibels considerably. That's why in the chair of automobiles we had the noise measuring lab. The schematic of it you can see on slide 5. It adheres the standard 37205 from 2006, and it enables to measure the level of noise pressure on points of a semi-spherical surface that is shown on slide 6. On the further research of the braking crane, the principal scheme of a lab plant was realized to actually research the noise pressure. A decision was made to compare to manufacturer from Poltava aggregate plant and Vovchansk ones. The braking cranes from these manufacturers are shown in slide 8 and 9. Functionally, they are the same, but they have design differences. The Poltava aggregate plant has sequential position, and the braking crane from Vovchansk has parallel position. Poltava aggregate plant has 126 decibels, and Vovchansk aggregate plant has 123 decibels. The next stage of research was directed into decreasing the noise pressure of pneumatic braking cranes from Vovchansk aggregate plant since the two-section braking crane 1135 149 1020 are the employees of the department named Autodesk in Kharkiv of the Kharkiv National University of Road Transportation. Finish the construction and design was done concurrently in several directions. First of all, in improvement the pneumatic braking crane to make it simple and to use the pressurized air for that. Second, to have the comparative research in order to have different noise absorbing filler that is used in this noise reducer. In this first case, we used the window for noise absorption that's simplified using. In the second direction, we used the comparative research with different noise absorption fillers, and here you can see the first and the second filler decreasing of the by 3 decibels we get elastic polyurethane, and we compare it to polypropylene. But if we speak about efficiency and long going, long operation, and increasing the humidity of the air, it is better to use the propylene noise absorption filler in order to estimate the level of noise according to the criteria stipulated by the regulations internationally. I mean 151 of the UN. The levels of noise were measured and estimated. The braking crane was done with pneumatic braking crane was done according to the methodology stipulated in the rules 51. See slide 51. Measurement was done on the stationary vehicle in 2 points that were stated on 7 meters and 1.2 by height. The conditions were the following. The temperature was 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, atmospheric pressure 753, humidity of air 48, 36%, the speed of wind 5 meters per second. The noise was also measured 48, 46 decibels. We had several points, and the results were valid when the deviation were within the 2 decibel range. As a result, it registered the biggest value that is shown on slide 12. The research on the braking cranes showed that using the noise reduction can actually get decreased by 10 decibels while working with the muffler of this noise can be estimated in the lab. As a result, the experimental research on the vehicle, it was determined that the level of noise pressure while releasing pressurized air installed on the automobile does not meet the requirements of 51 rule and is 82 decibels at the level 72 as admissible. The Vovchansky aggregate plant without the muffler actually meets the 51 rules, but the noise pressure equals to 72 decibels. It's on the edge of the value that is admissible. PJC Vovchansk plant with the muffler received with the unit-to-unit research was 72 decibels with the requirement of 72 decibels, which allows to work as series. That's all from me here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your speech. If you have questions, please ask right away.
Питань ви поки не
Якщо
бачимо.
можна.
Да, будь
If I
ласка.
may,
Бабін Юрій Володимирович, доповідач
Yuriy Babin.
З приводу шумоміру.
Concerning the noise measurer, what kind of noise meter did you use?
Будь ласка, повторіть.
Could you repeat that, please? What kind of class was used for noise meter?
Є шумомір, це...
So, noise meter.
Зараз я почув. Шумомір, це... Ось він є.
Here it is. Just a minute. I will show that for you, if possible.
Буде показаний. Він імпортного виробництва, тому
It is produced somewhere else in another country. So, if possible, it looks like this. I understand. It was which class is it? Model Mustache MS 6701. I understand. What class of precision is it? The class of precision. It is.
Так, його клас точності.
Its class of precision is from 30 to 130 decibels.
Добре, дякую.
Okay, thank you.
Можна ще питання?
May I
Підкажіть, будь
ask another question? Could you tell me? Yesterday there was an interesting speech about reducing noise of exhaust gases. There was an interesting project that person suggested. Do you see any collaboration there as well? Because there they also speak about reducing noise. However, they have some special devices in it. Maybe it's worth united your efforts. This person tries to elaborate some exhaust gases, noise reduction. However, if we speak about pneumatic brakes, the level of 170 decibels, it's only due to the working out of the braking crane. Thank you for your question.
Розумію, знаю, що доповідь робили...
I understand, and I remember from the Kremenchuk automobile factory. I didn't hear that myself, but I actually know that they had the speech. It's about the internal combustion engine and the aggregates, the transmission and the tires. Probably it's more for the military machinery. I'm not ready to tell you that it is something to do with the civil usage. When we gave our materials to Zicalon in Germany, all the Europeans were surprised. Why are you speaking about this noise of the pneumatic braking crane when you have noise in engine, transmission, and you still think about the noise in pneumatic braking drive? I would like to answer the same way, like I said then. Noise is of different direction and character. First of all, we might have low frequency noise and high frequency noise. So medics say that high frequency noise affects badly the condition of a person. That's why we think it's even more important. And that's the reason why we research the noise from the pneumatic drive for different vehicles. I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Can I ask, it's Fedorov? The question is, you said 123 or 170, the position is 7 meters when we speak about the muffled cameras. Did you measure the crane itself or the object? Because 120 decibels, that's near the pain threshold. It's not about the frequency, but it's impulse noise. It doesn't how long does it last? It doesn't last 1 hour, so it's it was silent and then it goes very abruptly. So you absorb this noise by fiber. What is for how long can we say that these fibers can last in time, because they can be torn away or so. In 1970s, if I remember, there was the cotton swabs put into the muffler, and this effect of noise reduction goes down very fast because of the contamination with soot. How long will it last? So what is the question? How long will this characteristics of decreasing the noise by 10 decibels, because we have fibers there? I understand. As I already mentioned, we are developers of designing documentation for the apparatuses of the braking drive. It was produced by Vovchansk aggregate plant. As you know, Vovchansk is already gone, and we won't return to this. But what we did, it was directed towards the produce that left the conveyor belt of this plant should require world standards. That's why we researched so deeply. This could be some small deviations, etc. So I don't see anything bad about it. I don't say it's bad. I just ask how these characteristics can last, for how long? During operation. During operation, we did not measure it, the noise, so I'm not ready to answer the question, but I would like to add here, you came to our department at the conference. I remember you came to our conference. I remember you. So let me tell you that this research, when we went to Tsikau, they got interested by the result a lot, because they say if a truck or a bus comes to a halt and brakes, after braking, the braking pedal is released, and then we have quite a lot of noise pressure. Yes, that's true. We didn't do the research during operation of pneumatic drive. We only researched only the apparatuses that we developed and we put into production. That was our task. Let's say a braking crane, accelerator of a Lipon, and other apparatuses that we researched, the ones that were produced by Volchansk aggregate plant. And there was also apparatus on regulator of the level of the floor that also has the need for the noise to be measured. We also did that. The Institute of Bus Manufacturing in Lviv and did the comparative research, and they said that the construction, the design of our level of the floor regulator was very interesting, and they okayed to be installed on Lviv buses. Unfortunately, we do not have the Lviv bus plant and Volchansk aggregate plant. If you don't mind, I would like to show the muffler that I didn't show yesterday. It will take just half a minute, if you don't mind. Can you see that? Yes, that's the one I said. Piston muffler in a closed circuit, and we have the gases, the exhaust gases, and the principle is different, and although the petals are not there, but they are patented as well. The piston moves. So when we need to switch the pistons so as not to have the back pressure, we need to have this compensation. It looks like logistics in the Soviet Union, and we also have it here. And I can show that to you how these valves work and what the ratio is when this valve 16 or 17 starts to work, where the piston is, and all the other valves, they are connected to this, what delay of it is, what properties are for the gases, the temperatures, etc. So it's a muffler of a new type. There is no direct flow. And the gases are in the closed circuit, and we do not have even 1% of losing the power like it was in 1982. It can get maximum of 1%. So this piston rotates. It's like a bullet in the rifle. So the valves close, and we have the closed system. And then the calculation here, what we have, the gases are introduced into the formula, and depending where we start the braking, the time of braking is here. If it starts here, it finishes here, and for 3 models, it is calculated accordingly. There are different ones. Well, what is the acoustic efficiency for this? If we have oscillations for the gases, we speak about the internal combustion energy, and we can use resonator mufflers there, but here, whatever gases comes here, and when the noise is produced, when we have oscillations, we speak about closed circuit. Why do we have it? So as not to lose power of the motor, because in classical muffler, we have to get the friction and the oscillations also go from this. There's conspiracy. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody is silent. How much every muffler actually takes away the power of the engine capacity. No company ever mentions how much power is deprived from the engine by the muffler. We are very grateful, Volodymyr, but let's talk privately, maybe. Let's say so. Let's not interest everybody present. I would like to get to know your research, if possible, and I'm ready to continue speaking with you afterwards, speaking about the proposal to work at your design. From the first view, I would say no. Why? First of all, pneumatic braking drive has such conditions that its fast action has to be within the range of 0.6 seconds. But when we speak about braking, the fast action needs to be not more than 0.9 seconds. That's why the construction you suggest, it is not possible to be installed into the braking drive for a vehicle. However, if there is a principle that you suggest, I'm ready to communicate with you and consider your proposals, suggestions, what can be done together with you, if possible. Please see me. My address is on the main page of our university. You will see automobile faculty, automobile department, and then there is my email.
Дякую.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Така
Віктор
жваве
Михайлович,
обговорення.
Victor Mikhailovich, thank you very much for the possibility to speak here. We would like to thank as well. It was very interesting, so many questions. And even we've got contacts online, and we're working for everybody's business, and that's actually not the first day of our conversation. Yes, that's right. Thank you, dear colleagues. We're going further, and now we got 101 person here, to more than 100 people, and everybody's waiting for Oleksi's presentation. Oleksiy Klymenko, I've already presented that's key performance indicators and research institutions operating a state-owned commercial enterprise. I just want to say that we do see all the time what changes are taking place in regulatory acts, normative acts, how this is all changed, and we've been even at the exhibition, and we've seen some powerful things that are going on there. And I just want to say that economic activity of our enterprises, so state-owned enterprises, and we are a state company, and we are undergoing pretty powerful changes, and that pertains to our economic activity, and we're moving along the trajectory of harmonization with the EU legislation, which requires some improvements to the mechanisms of our activity. Only in the last year, we got like a few different methodologies, a few different requirements as to planning of one's investment activities, and so on, the performance, and not let alone the economy. So when it comes to KPIs, that will be a pretty powerful factor that will help us be well-oriented and economically growing organizations that are not laid down by the wayside, and they're on the contrary planning to develop. We've got lots of plans, and we are putting them down for everyone to see. This is why, Oleksiy, you're welcome with your presentation on how you put those KPIs into practice as key performance indicators. Welcome, please. Thank you, Viktor.
Ми планували цю презентацію.
We planned making this presentation, and on the second day of that first part of the conference that took place 10th to 12th December last year, we had a very busy schedule, and by trying to provide some time to other people to present, I would like to cut it down, because it will be printed out anyway, or it will be circulated by the people are interested, people are asking. So this is why I would like to very much, in a nutshell, pay attention to certain things related to the implementation of this system from the point of view of standardization. There were standards, company standards that were developed on how to evaluate the performance and results of structural subdivisions, which became effective since this January. And this will be the January of the first month of work. The results will be, according to this, evaluated in a new way. Standard was developed as pretty succinct, pretty much in a nutshell. Its most important contents fits into just 3 pages. As a result, for this system, you will be able to see pretty well-grounded things that describe some actions to incentivize staff, in particular to correct some career developments, make amends to them, and that's a very pretty powerful instrument to make modern managerial decisions. And according to for staff, for the structure, and additions to the standards, annexes present reporting forms and definitions of some standalone items. Everything is pretty simple, actually. Fits into the right form. And if you allow me, I'm going to put on the presentation. But basically, on KPI implementation for just any organization, that's a powerful tool. This KPI, please make it full screen. How do I make it? Like this, somehow. it's actually a challenge because in the beginning, Viktor spoke of a very interesting point, made a very interesting point by saying that the institute actually is a commercial institution. That's something that makes its own living and contributes to many things, many areas, many industries. We're not making vehicles. We're not an academic institution, so we should have some special KPI. So these organizations require some non-standard approach as to KPIs. First of all, from the point of view of some general phenomena which were generally accepted for within the KPI system, like key performance indicators. First of all, everyone makes the reservation that KPI is an element of strategy implementation. Those what line items, what items from the KPI could be used as the basis. This should also be clear. There should be a clear cut as a management system. That's first of all planning system. As you know, in the country, there is a cultural problem from the point of view of modern planning approaches, and we're resolving that now from the point of view of some general imaginations as to KPIs. There's a question of improving the management capacity, efficiency, while KPI being a powerful tool to analyze the efficiency of efforts and the company itself. That also is the matter of optimization of resources. There's not enough resources. One needs to answer the question and how to streamline those resources for the company's survival. Also, a KPI is a pretty transparent system that provides you with some clear-cut picture for every employee. That's the result of a chain of decisions made that provide for the performance of the system. Why, most importantly, they have introduced KPI. That's a system to motivate people that are united by a common goal. And of course, KPI is used to achieve strategic goals, while the most resources have been employed to deal with strategic goals, not only with routine tasks that one has to do. One needs to take into account the KPI and also the routine tasks to be able to quickly respond to one or another thing, quickly changing like at a moment of time, and also in a martial law. Viktor has already mentioned that the problems in the organizations that have those objectives to introduce the KPI, like the standard kit. First of all, that's resistance from the staff, from the personnel. People don't understand what it is. They assume that's the punitive system. Why that and why that? Who is going to evaluate us and why they're going to evaluate us? That's an absolutely standard situation, and many people told me about the standard that it was just showing that it should never be agreed with. You will never reconcile the standard. I mean, there won't be an individual reconciliation of this standard with you. That's a document which is the result of a consensus of the whole team. The standard problem is not enough involvement of the management, but in our case, that was vice versa mostly. Like Viktor Mikhailovich made a pretty brave decision to implement this KPI, which was water relief, and especially it is especially important when it comes to these current complex conditions that the company is faced with new challenges on a daily basis. Then the next commonly accepted or standard problem that all the companies face, that's the management culture based on KPI. Without culture, it doesn't make sense to introduce it, and KPI should be used as a format that should be integrated into the general management system immediately. Then the next problem that the organization has when it comes to introducing the KPI system, that's not very friendly, not very well-grounded list of targets, and if it is like that, it is so, but those target values are secondary, then nobody will revise them and up to current conditions, which makes it inefficient and not modern, not actualized. Another important thing is that the KPI system should exist not only for formal evaluation, not just out of doing it, not just out of respect. This system should be related to particular motivation points. And now getting back to the specifics of our enterprise, our company, that's research institution, and on the screen I've showed you a strategic plan of our institute's development, which was approved by the ministry, and our mission basically is about the institutional system, and that's scientific and analytical and technological and legal provisions for the economy of different kinds of transportation and their ecologicity, efficiency and capacity, and so on. So the state pays a lot of attention to the need for this kind of institution, and actually it's not only about road vehicles, but it's also working with other different executive authorities like the Ministry of Environment and other structures. There are many structures and that require all those kinds of support mentioned. Along with that, unfortunately, the current condition of society and economy is such that the institute is deprived of financing, and completely unlike our counterparts, colleagues from the same institutions operating in other different in the same field from the US, EU, and Japan. Now, what we are doing, first of all, is a commercial enterprise. We should stand be firmly on our feet, and we should invest resources into the institutional support of both the transportation area and also others. Learn this KPI has to be the relevant corresponding to the general mission of the company. The most complicated thing is to choose a system for indicators. They should not be plenty. They should have a universal character, not to revise them every month, and they should be structurally bound and tied to the core activity of the company. And this is why all those indicators look like that, and they're grouped in 5 most important groups, like manufacturing discipline. The first one is the financial block, and here, unlike the classical approaches to motivate the personnel, is a degree of performance, a degree of the fulfillment of this financial plan. There are also parts that have to do with some relative productivity of the personnel and its subdivisions, and also profitability and the total revenues of the enterprise. Apart from that, especially when it comes to crisis conditions like the corona, the COVID, and the war, resources should be distributed from the point of view of the possibility to generate a particular revenue, which is being resolved. That's very, very important. Also, it's related to clients or customer satisfaction. That's also related to the matter of no complaints or claims which might have some negative aftermath. The next block is the main one, that's the strategy implementation. It includes some indicators that are related to one's contribution to the strategy implementation. The strategy is posted in our website. Very versatile we are, and that's an item, that's an indicator that describes carrying out some planned objectives, planned tasks, and also some extracurricular ones, unplanned, pertains to managerial bodies, some also very urgent things to do to provide for the industry's activity. The next one is on science, and the first indicator is how to provide for the science and analytical need and other different needs, and that comes with fulfilling some planned design works, their full funding from the budget, which is reiterated, unfortunately, and that's also scientific indicators, targets to be achieved from the point of view of Ministry of Education and Science. There are pretty big challenges related to the implementation of this new methodology, which the attestation of scientific institutions, which requires from a scientific organization to also to do it as related to international projects and so on. We added some other standalone item that characterizes the development of human potential, which is very important because the Institute primarily needs people, needs experts, and this is also taken into account as capacity development. And of course, that requires some production discipline, the manufacturing discipline, and about the financial indicators. All of that is issued by the planning and economic department or section of the company. We have some targets for personnel, planned and factual, other financial items, which come in very much plenty, because it takes the individual story for each of them, but they are pretty much standard, that they are related with the profitability of staff efforts. If you look at all the line items that I've just spoke about, here comes the table with those. I think by the end of this year, we will already produce to you some forms for the automation and planning of reporting within this system. If you do it in Excel, that won't be pretty efficient. And in Japanese, the giants, the automotive giants started with the Excel spreadsheet. That was the most valuable resource that they could have used. But all in all, the KPI system that the Institute is implementing is very close to the upmarket, very lead world approaches. And like in Japan, they pay a lot of attention to quality management of human resource. And actually how to calculate all those targets, all those values, it seems actually simple. It is simple. That's related to doing tasks, completing objectives, and the efficiency of that. And that all pertains to the general labor resource. And here comes this scary formulation, but you just have to multiply and add, and that's taken the rate of weightiness, importance of this, and they should be multiplied like those values that concern the economy of France, no complaints, and manufacturer discipline and corporate discipline. This is not a dogma. It's very not simple, not that simple to compare the different values from different companies, so they should be like importance. They should have like importance rate or like weightiness rate. This is what is taken into account. This is very important. If you look at the cumulative values, then you will see the financial that make only 1/3 as for that one kind of institution, but the other 2/3 are distributed from point of view of evaluation of activity efficiency to improve one's interaction, to cover the markets in a bigger way, no complaints as to the organization strategy. Then if you take those R&D and productive capacities, that's the corner for them. For general production, the picture will be different. There are some branches or departments that are doing general production, and they deal with the customers, and that pertains to those units that are within the managerial apparatus. Okay, I will switch to my other presentation, which was designed as a corporate internal document by the Unit of Planning and Economy. That's something related to definitions. For example, market coverage item. What is that? This reflects by how much successfully those units are doing interventions that are employing resources they're already planned and aiming to improve their clients' satisfaction. We are all working in those conditions as a whole. And that includes market coverage that wasn't taken into account because KPI designates the efficiency of one's current work, but not actually what was achieved time ago. In Japan, they only take into account some unplanned or extra planned results, extracurricular, because we're acting by European standards, by European mindset. Then complaints is very important to evaluate a unit depending on its efficiency, the effects that they're doing. That there could be different campaigns as related to capital measures or some shortcomings and drawbacks. Therefore, there are certain coefficients. Therefore, and then the strategy. That's first of all, it provides for the industry's activity, which is very important. Then there are some items concerning planned and extracurricular tasks, objectives. Extracurricular tasks were also a part of the resource that was enabled, and that's a point in time that you can't really project, as we just get some objectives and tasks from the government. There's also some scientific support, which is very important. DKR is the top thing when it comes to scientific activities as science metric items. They come in plenty. That was a system that worked until the end of the last year, and now we got a new system, and it's different from the current system. And we're implementing a new area, new level tier that establishes pretty tough conceptual requirements for organizations to be. Actually, it is being implemented now, and that's the potential, that's the capacity we need to stimulate one's professional development. Then when it comes to corporate discipline, like production discipline, everything is crystal clear, and there is a certain coefficient that is used on discipline as well, just to avoid those some negative conditions. And there is also a very interesting methodological issue that is related to the scoring scale efficiency on the importance of the line items. That's a pretty relative example. There could be very interesting points of view from the point of view of how to evaluate the efficiency and importance of one or another item. And that's first performed by unit leaders, and then it is evaluated by third party. Okay, getting back to my main presentation, I've already spoke about this, about the weightiness of them, and then about expectations. So basically, KPI is first of all a tool to improve one's efficient activity. It's a pretty transparent tool, and that helps a lot, helps the company a lot to adjust and get going a more efficient way of working. And that's a tool to motivate people for development and achieve the underlying strategic goals of the company. And that's the modern conditions, and then decision to implement this KPI was very much to the point for survival in the current conditions. And this seems to be the end of my presentation, and I'm being a little bit late. I've taken too much time, but next time we're going to see the results and how it will work in our company.
Якщо у вас є питання, я з задоволенням спробую на них відповісти.
Дякую, Олексій Андрійович. Так, будь ласка, питання.
If there are some questions, I will answer them with pleasure. While we have the questions, it's the standard within the certified system, 9001. Oleksiy already mentioned Japan. We mentioned that quite a lot. Probably for the first time, the system that is modernized already, 9001, was actually introduced in Toyota first. And the second company to introduce it was Sony, and then it went further and further, and this standard actually was accepted further in other companies as the main enterprise standards of control and management. These standards usually are updated at least once every 5 years, but they can also be reviewed earlier in case if there are some issues. We will see if there is a necessity, and then we will have some experience. It took us long and hard to get to this because we didn't have that in the institute, this very system. We got to this, and we are grateful to all the executors, Oleksiy, Natalia, and their subordinates. So, while I was talking, do we have any questions? Roman Lovga, please. Hello. I would like to ask everyone, all the community, it's quite a pressing issue for our enterprise, this KPI. There is a smart horror of a new generation that we cannot certify in Ukraine. It goes from the Deputy Minister Serhiy who said that any day from now it is in the Cabinet of Ministry that we are getting to the last stage. As far as I understand that the tachographers, that's actually something that your enterprise does that also forms the budget for it. How come the digital tachographer exists for 5 years already and it hasn't been certified in Ukraine? Okay, so first of all, let's break that into chunks. What do you mean by certification of a tachographer? Every tachographer goes through certification. Is it certification? Who certifies tachographers? Now you speak about tachographs. Probably I didn't ask the question right. Probably you have something to do with the tachographs. We are proximate to this, but if we speak about the European Union, there are companies that actually work on this. Olena already mentioned in yesterday speech, and it's not actually the EA umbrella organization. It's a separate organization that about 22 European organizations are part of it. They certify it, and then we receive it as certified. So what was your question? Why on the new vehicles? That's not our issue, actually. But I would like to tell you, if you are interested, where we are moving in this process. Probably very soon, this decision is already accepted and approved in the EU. And very soon, this process will launch in Ukraine. Back when Gorytski was the head of it, and he said, it's not us. I asked Serhiy Darkach, and he said, it's not us. And I've been running around for 2 years, and I don't know who it is. Roman, here, there was a speech from you, and you actually have a co-author, Roman Simonenko. Ask him if you are close to him. Actually, I asked this question on digital tachographer. He is the most competent person in Ukraine. If your co-author, you cannot actually get some information from him, why are you asking Irina or me? I asked directly Viktor Mikhailovich, why are we considering this question now? Roman already had the speech here, so we should take away this tachograph to this. It has nothing to do with this issue. You're very right. Thank you. Do you have any questions on this speech? It's like two-actor theater. Yeah, I agree. What questions do we have on the essence of it? Allow me to ask. First of all, concerning digital tachographs. That's quite interesting, but it can be answered in the panel. But now the question is on KPIs. First of all, there is a philosophical question, because on subjective of truth, absolute truth, on this issue, the absolute truth cannot be found. It's a very good tool that was created, but I believe the results of calculations with application of this tool will depend on the operator. What is the weight of the variables will be included there that will manifest the result. The speaker showed the hierarchical values, but in the result, we are not sure whether these results will be objective. Objectivity is quite a relative notion. The subjective truth of the operator of the KPI system, first of all, depends on the feeling of capacity of the subject to feel the objective reality. And every subject, let's say even in our institute, and the perception of this reality and weightness is different. For example, those employees that work, let's say, on a conveyor, they make money, they do the work, test trucks, make money. So I suspect their feeling and perception is that they are the main people in the process. Those who develop the projects of the new documents, regulations, standards, they do something important for the field, the industry, and they also think it is very important. Somebody can also calculate their field is the most important. The main thing here is the mechanism that was created to adjust it in such a way that the result is really useful for the institute. Because we can get to the edge, to the limit. We can create, as we always said, any bureaucratic machine is a black box. And it perfects itself in a closed circuit, and it doesn't need any entrance or exit signals or commands. It works by self-perfection, by elaborating very good documents, but efficiency of it decreases. The main thing here that this instrument that was developed, that it will allow to reach optimum conditions as far as economics is concerned. That's a complicated issue, how it is going to work. Everything depends on how it will be adjusted, this tool. The result will be received both very good and very bad. That's my opinion. Thank you for your very profound comment here. I would like to answer here. When we discussed this issue, as you remember, I gave the example. Actually, we have the analog of musical instruments like a piano. You can play a very simple tune or opera. The main thing, you don't have to go into the very simple tune. the main thing here is the instrument, and the efficiency of it will depend on how the people are trained and how we are going to use it. Next, the system is quite understandable and transparent. Let's see into this more objectively. Before KPI introduction, how efficiency of activity was estimated. Let's say when you have a plan, you overperform it. So let's say if we speak about one department that made money more than anybody, but didn't reach 100% of the plan, does not get this premium, but the one that's made more 1.5 times than the other department gets the bonus. So that's why new indicators were introduced, and they radically change the financial activity about the profit, relative productivity, financial productivity of the department, etc. And the same is about the economy, the saving on the payroll. That was about financial part. Next, about efficiency of realization of the strategy of the enterprise or doing some other important tasks. How it is done during the bonuses, absolutely not transparent. So he did something important, or she. He's a good girl or a good boy. I'm kidding, but actually the objective assessment for the enterprise cannot be by definition. And that's why when we have the KPI attitude to introduction to the enterprise improves the atmosphere. So when we started to introduce it in practice, the first example was when the science secretary, Karaban, we sat together and he saw this form, the table on reporting, who did what for the whole center, scientific and manufacturing. He did that within 40 minutes, and then absolutely understandable it became that it's not only one person that actually solves on every indicator, it's collegiate answer. And when one person is assessed, or department as a whole, by definition or as a whole, whether he or she is good or bad, but by some assessed, calculated indicators, and it's not only one person calculates that, it's the consensus of many people. And we actually saw that it gives a more objective picture of efficiency of every person and multifaceted work of every person. And you cannot give the same requirements to all the people. All the people are valuable according to their contribution functionality. They work for the joint good. So KPI is a very powerful instrument. It can be both very effective, but if it is not tied to the actual motivation system, it will be, as you said, a black box. I hope we won't have that. For everybody to understand, in the end of the month, we will encounter to the situation when we get from the theory to estimation. There will be the estimation within the department and then department to department. And there was something I didn't speak about during the presentation. We assess the departments by relative assessment. The result of the KPI is a rating. If we have scientific producing departments between themselves, we estimate them within the unified system of coordinates. And this system is quite objective. if we estimate departments that solve other tasks, they have a different task and weight in the overall assessment. There is no ideal system on assessment on KPI, for example, or whatever, or on the weight of it, because today we can have the weight of one assessment important, that parameter, and tomorrow it will be different. KPI is not a rigid instrument, it's more flexible. Some managerial solutions are made on the basis of different factors. I believe that it is a very frontline, a good decision that will be introduced. Thank you, Oleksiy. I would like to add. While I talk, I started talking first. Please allow me. What I would like to say. First of all, we have scientific conference. About 100 participants we have, and not only they are our employees, we have a scientific conference, and we have this report about introduction of the best practices into the activity, commercial activity of the enterprise. And the thing is that probably this experience, other scientific facilities that take part in it will take on board. So probably it's not that probable because sometimes they don't make money. But anyway, these best practices are called KPIs. That's standard. The standards are best practices anyway. If Viktor asked a good question, what was there before it? There could be something incomprehensible, but if we speak about the standard of 9001, a review of the standard, it's much better than not to have anything at all. In this case, we presented, and so did Oleksiy, and the report he made together with Natalia as the economist, we presented the system that corresponds to the best practices in the world, has the structure, hierarchy, billing. It is accepted by everyone. Oleksiy already said about it, and it was approved for 1 year. This system was being approved. It was delayed for KPIs for 1 year. We respected all the thoughts and ideas, different approaches, and it's not that easy, but the system is created and presented. So, Serhiy, you also wanted to ask a question, but I would like to reiterate here that we have some internal questions and scientific and technical that concern everyone. If you don't understand something, what KPI is, what approaches they have, that's one thing. But when we start speaking by areas, that's quite another thing. Just 2 words I would like to say. I support what Oleksiy did. When I looked at the conference agenda of from last year, the previous year, when I see that most of the employees take part in the conference with the reports of science, you don't have to be very tragical about the document. You have to launch it, and then, in case of necessity, life will polish it to its ultimate shape. So I believe the document is absolutely normal. There's nothing scary about it. Even any iron thing, methodological one, with time, it is polished and becomes normal. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really true. Every word I take with great pleasure from you. I would like to add that the analysis of the world experience says that the first thing is there is a change management. We have very big resistance when there is any a new thing is being introduced. Probably you didn't understand me right. It's a very interesting and very good tool that was created, but there will always be the element of subjectivity. The main thing is to adjust this tool very well. Yes, we will adjust it. Thank you, Victor. Dear colleagues, it's 16:20. All our reports are finished. The questions are asked and answered, and that testifies that everything is interesting here. What are we supposed to do now? According to our agenda, we have the discussion panel starting from 17:15. We told about that to everyone. We have 98 people. We used to have 103. That means we have a short break. Is it 5-minute break or until 17:15? Let's make a 5-minute break. Yes. I have the suggestion of 5 minutes. So, democratic centralism. Everybody discussed. At least we can do that at 16:30. We will convene again. Dear colleagues, at 16:30 we meet again about the accreditation, declaration, certification. We will speak about all of this.
В полной темноте. Алексей Андреевич, вы меня слышите?
Давид
Будемо продовжувати.
Dear colleagues, we're going to continue as we got how many 80 plus participants. Now we're starting our discussion panel, and we remember the presentation that we made today. So let's just, if you remember, if there's still those people who presented that, but let's just make it this way, like not the moderator speaks, but the speakers, the presenters. Are there any that they will ask questions? Please mention the name of the presentation when you deal with that, when you name that. Welcome, please, with your questions to the speakers. Alexei?
Питання в чаті.
Well, I had a question on the chat, and that was the presentation on Hypoid gears designing, and the authors said that according to his information, those gears were being made. Their production was only in the Russian Federation. But here comes the question, does it make sense to engage in, to to deal with that kind of designing if we don't have any logistics, neither the manufacturing like that. Well, I made the presentation. I can answer. Yes, please. These gears are very widespread, and they're being made in Ukraine as well, and Kharkiv here. And we have a automobile repair plant that was making those things.
Сказати, де в нас ще в Україні вироблялося, але без цих гіпоїдних пар
So I can't say that it wasn't made in Ukraine. So they made it for automobiles with a classic design. That's an important area because companies like Edison, Ericom have been doing this quite a bit of time, and according to their calculations and methodologies, we have built up our methodology for calculation of the right gears. I don't remember the year and when it was made legal, but quite recently. But Serhiy, professionally, I stand pretty far away from metallurgy and metalwork, and I asked my aides to Google it, and I even got a hyperlink that says, to the best of my understanding, that in China there is a pretty powerful production, and they can do things bespoke to order. That's very widespread practice. I know, for example, that in Kharkiv, and it was about 2019, and I was in Kharkiv at that time, and I was in a production making software operated machine tools, very powerful things for aviation, hydrodrives, and so on. And when I communicated with the Kharkiv production, and there, as far as I got from them, they were doing things to order bespoke things. So, and they used some electronic design engineering, the drawings that they eventually rolled out very powerful units, very powerful produce that was automated without people in a closed chamber. And I looked at the website, and there was the same situation, like there was metalwork of high capacity with those chambers 3 meters high, and any drawings, any designs will be made into what you want. But the world is globalizing already. Those logistic chains, maybe it is true. I, for one, know from my own practice. I was running a second institute in there, and when our job was to develop equipment, and that was 20 years ago. So we ordered that from Taiwan. For example, the circuits we stamped in the Kiev area, and then we did the settings by themselves, and so on. And I might be mistaken, but Valentin knows for sure. I know for sure that it's a little share of those gear drives with circular teeth, which is extremely widespread. I mean, the practice of using them in jagged gears, and the automobile should take like a couple percent throughout all this market. There is plenty of machinery except for vehicles. There was a very interesting presentation. I enjoyed it very much, and do not forget, this is all a learning process. We're studying how to make use of this. Well, thank you, and I completely agree with your vision. This is really that's a little part of that. I mean, the automobile, among many other things, and there should be very powerful manufacturers doing things bespoke and specializing in things they're ordered. That's China, United States, or something else that was, but it's very interesting, yes. For us, the pleasant thing is when you see a student that can do something like designing, they feel pretty adult people. And when they take office at a company, a production company, they might work for another program, for a different program, but anyway, they will have this background of doing this experience, you know, because we got our curricula include hands-on experience, and that's today we're opening a design office, so it starts working where I'm the director general, and you are the executors, like designer, and of your own aggregate trajectory. It is the equipment, the machinery that we got now, so we can do those practices. When I see, for example, like one student once made a pretty good construct and said, I'm gonna be a designer, like young and hot. This is why it's very pleasant, so thank you for the high evaluation. Any more questions?
Вікторе Михайловичу, я вибачаюсь. Якщо
Viktor
можна,
Mikhailovich, I'm sorry, but just a little bit of a remark, because Roman gave us a question on these new things. The Association of Employers did a webinar with the participation of people from Ukr-Trans, Bezpeka, carriers, and legal experts, and that was driver's time of work and rest. So to the question, if they eventually connected to that, the tachograph doesn't work in Ukraine. They're supposed to have one type of document where it describes reason for malfunction, and abroad you've got to have another different document, and those from Ukr-Trans Safety said they are working according to executive order that was passed actually as long as in 2010, as long ago as in 2010, and we already got digital tachographs, but the executive order edition 2010, nobody mentions anything about them, and according to the representative of Ukr-Trans Bezpeka, they say they work according to the executive order from the Minister of Transport. Roman, please understand, we're not a regulatory body. The Ministry of Transportation is regulatory body. If they don't check themselves on compliance with the European treaties and regulations, we can do anything. Vladimir raised the question to the Ministry of Transport as tachographs. Let's do something. But Ukr-Trans Bezpeka does not have the means or trained people to check on those tachographs. So my answer is that you barked the wrong tree. In other words, the question is, why hasn't the Institute implemented those digital tachographs? Thank you. Okay. There is some movement about that with the relevant work group created. So now that's a very powerful startup of this process going on, and we hope very much, and that depends on the EU as well. That's as far as I can see, but there is a movement. And today there was like correspondence or communication with our ministry on that particular account, and I hereby think that it's been like a few months. It's a matter of the next few months that we're going to do. So Mykola Nazarenko raised his hand. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Mykola Nazarenko.
На минулому тижні, в п'ятницю, на сайті
Last week on the Friday, the website of the Ministry of Infrastructure on Facebook posted that they had already signed with the European community the relevant agreement is about cooperation and interaction, and this better digital tachographs will be there, but one needs certain time for that. So I haven't heard your question actually, but if you could please repeat it in more detail, I will answer in more concrete way. But yes, we're undertaking to be compliant with the European legislation. We cannot really switch them off, those tachographs. There are efforts being made by our ministry and other guys and our company, our enterprise. Okay. In other words, there is a decision as of January 17th on a special work group. I will just browse through this until the very bottom. So in other words, there is a decision and it is launched, and we already have issued the matter of how fast this job will be done and how fast we're going to report to the EU. We first have to get digital keys and authorization to use them from the EU. GRC, that's the body that really transfers all the digital keys to Ukraine, and we need a procedure to get them. After all those keys, there's like a great piece of work to certify the right things, cards that will allow you to run and install and use a smartphone. That is related to reconciliation of the right things between the ministry and the EU relevant structures. Yes, the ministry is working very powerfully, as was already mentioned, Serhiy and his subordinates. There is a movement going on. So Roman, we here assume that you and your experience will be satisfied as much as possible, as quickly as possible, but it's not yet in our side. I mean, that's a regulatory body. Yeah, just a couple of words. The point is that the smart tachographs that were implemented in the EU back in 2014, the whole problem, this problem of multiple years, is because of a lack of reconciliation between the EU legislation and the so-called EUTR. Ukraine is only a member of EUTR, and the institute on its part, when our carriers started to buy trucks with the smart tachographs, the institute turned to the European Commission. I didn't want to put it on the screen. I've got proof of correspondence, and we also wrote to Deputy Minister Derkach, which is to indicate that the institute was not out on a limb within this process. Thank you. Viktor, please. Yes, thank you for the clarification. Now, any more questions on presentations? Anything else? on tire pressure. Tire pressure. Okay, tire pressure will give you clues. We got all that connected to us. We had two
Віктор Михайлович,
questions, but we are clear about them. Then there is a question on
якщо колега ще присутній, то
if the colleague is still here. That was about the first 50 rules. That was requirement for class 1, but here comes class 2. So I would like to, as far as to the best of my remembrance, somebody's microphone is on.
Шановні колеги, да, тобто і наскільки
Dear
я
colleagues, as far as I remember, the matter was about what precision, right, accuracy. While we are talking about the range of decibels, that's about the in decibels. Okay, I can't disagree. And about the precision or accuracy, you know about yourselves. And could you shed light on what precision should there be? Class 1, the noise gauge, or first class, you know, there were some problems with the acoustic systems. There was reverb, and then they turned it off, and then the speaker failed to hear this questionnaire. Any more things to be said, dear colleagues? Yes? Tire pressure, you know, about that. If there is Mr. Pysartsov here, maybe he will talk about that. And it's Mr. Pysartsov. Mr. Pysartsov made this presentation, right? Yeah, the first presentation. That's all about what? About tire pressure.
В принципі, у нас, я дуже вдячний, що практична кількість
I'm
учасників...
grateful that we still got your attention of the same 80 plus participants at the end of the work day.
Валентин Васильович відповість.
Valentin will talk about this. Valentin, can you answer this question, or is it just like being humorous? It's good that you're cracking jokes. Yes, please, Valentin. Okay, since nobody is asking questions, I decided to ask myself a question. That's a new form of scientific discussion throughout all the conferences. Yesterday, I made a presentation about an e-dictionary, like a reference book, which is also a dictionary, and it's to manage and to keep wheeled vehicles. And in the conclusions, I proposed it be placed on the website of the Institute for Approbation. Approbation is a procedure that is widely used by the Ministry of Justice for its acts of law. I used to work with this system. I worked for the Institute. And then document is first accepted for the so-called approbation. The prominent institutions of the Ministry of Justice, of which there are 16. 16 of them, they check the documents on compliance with all the objectives that were set both in the document and in the legislation. After which the approbation decision is made on whether to give or not to him a status of state registration. Just for you to understand, the dictionary is presented as charts and tables, but if you print out, it will be like 500 pages of tables, more than an A4 pack of paper. It's impossible to discuss, it's impossible to analyze until you see it. So you need to see it, you need to feel it, you need to feel the drawbacks and advantages, and at that time it is going to become like a stylish book, which I would like. And apart from that, it is only one area, while there's plenty of such areas in transport. Today, hazardous loads were in question. Then what passenger transportation, hazardous loads, then inclusive issues and many other things. And our institute might have resolved those issues, because when we only need, the only thing we need is a template on dealing with matters. For example, when it comes to confirmation of compliance, conformity, that was very superficial. Those options that are necessary for the area of operation, that the compliance area, conformity area is a very serious area to be covered, and that should be somehow reflected by the dictionary. And in my conclusions, I already proposed, apart from the placement on the site for approbation, our conference also should recommend, and I will read it, recommend to the fourth international conference on prospects of vehicle development. In particular, the Rada, the Parliament, should get a request to organize works to draft a draft on unallowable terms that were indicated in legislation, meaning the similar mechanism with a system of standards. And the standards, there's a whole bunch of terms and definitions that were accepted by the so-called consensus, because you know that when it comes to standards acceptance by consensus, a 100% agreement between the procedure participants is not stipulated, and there are very irrelevant terms. There are plenty of standards in the first
many standards during the first years of independence, compiled about 115 standards. Many of them have been rectified, but still there are a lot of scary terms that have been standardized. And the legislation, we have even more responsible actions, and if we do not put it into law, the terminology is not going to be renewed. Secondly, I would like to address the Cabinet of Ministry with the request to create and to finance the system of electronic glossaries, vocabularies in all the fields of culture, techniques, and law. First of all, it's the driver has to be Academy of Sciences and field industry universities and institutes. We are all interested in the unified terminology. Only today did I start to write down the words that I heard, and we cannot say that we are not educated people. We are specialists in our field, but we learned in Russian. The youth studies in Ukrainian, but they still use the terms and definitions that very often translated badly. And that's why we need to create a system that is going to be ongoing and regulated by law with a transition period that can be executed and can be viable and feasible. That's why I am asking in our decision to have the conclusion from what I sent to Irina Kapanitsa, and she has those. They have to be formulated in a way that is convenient to you. It is possible to reformulate them. This is the proposal. Nobody was against it. Everyone agreed. Everyone understands we need that. I haven't finished yet about a dozen of terms I heard, and I still have my hair going up. I wouldn't like to repeat whatever is said wrong. We shouldn't pronounce. We just put water onto the mill that is rotating. We worked with the standard of passenger carrying. There is a committee K19 that is authorized to get technical terminology. It is located in Lviv. Let me give you an example. We have our own vision of terminology. For example, перевезення or transportation is our normative and regulation act. Then there is a notice from it, from them. They say that перевезення needs to be used in the future tense, but in present tense, it has to be переводження. If we agree with this term, I don't know what kind of terminology is going to be interpreted by them, whether it is seen by them or by specialists. That means all the normative acts have to be changed. Terms and definitions have to be defined in the law. That means that the documents are not going to be accepted in the Cabinet of Ministers or Ministry of Transportation. Will not be accepted, and we have to start from the scratch. But we still have to start. We need to move forward. It's quite late to start because we haven't started for a long time. I remember the first very report that I heard in 2021, and it was before 2022, the full-scale invasion, and we heard actually a lot of notifications, and we thought that we can actually delay and postpone it for later, but 24th of February 2022, we all heard that the main postulate that they want to kill us all is the language. And that's why we have to start, not only to start, we have to finish already. And I agree with Valentin here. And Oleksandr also gave a good example. We have to understand. I'm not a linguist. However, with the scientific side, I am interested quite a lot. And scientists, linguists, they know that all the languages, they are derived from one language, and they were developed like a tree. And the linguists say that Ukrainian thesaurus, word stock is about 650,000, and the Russian has 250,000. I'm not a linguist, I might be mistaken, but still the richness of the language allows us to use it, and if we don't know, it's a minus to us, but not a plus that we have to stand our ground and not to do anything. Valentin, you did say everything. I think that I will give the floor to you as well, but yeah, let's agree that we start with something. We continue with something. Let's take some steps. And I hope we will have some support, and we will have the administrative help as well. Please, I would like to note that in order to start this work, we need to have Zoom conference and to speak about this thesaurus vocabulary. Besides, it has all the means that our computer has. Search can be easily realized there. However, thematic compendiums, they actually elevate work, make it easy. It is very important. And that it is already written by 4 languages of the UN at once in one place. So I am asking the conference to support this. Then it will be easier to make an order resolution within the institute, and the working group will be created, and then it will be working. Okay, thank you, Valentin. We will do that for sure. And dear colleagues, what else do we have? No, something to discuss. We have 80 people in our audience. That means that we keep our ranks, but still nobody wants to speak up. No suggestions to speak. I see. Yuri asked a question that the next conference is about the languages. No, we will do it separately, and the Scientific and Technical Council was dedicated to this. When was it?
Вибачаюсь, тут повітряна тривога.
Повітряна тривога?
Тому я не
We have air raid alert. Okay, this is the last question. What was the year when we had the council about the vocabulary and thesaurus between 2021 and 2022? So basically it was before the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation. So we will go back to this. We have the resolution of the Scientific and Technical Council. Dear colleagues, air raid alert and the activity of our participants decreased. Everyone is pretty tired. Thank you for the participation in our conference. Thank you for our speakers. Thank you all our listeners that also took part. Let me remind you that today and yesterday was the conference of 2024, but the next one will be in December of this year, and we will start preparing to it starting tomorrow. That's why please take your time wisely and send your reports. We already made the decision that separate sections will be done, because during those 3 days we were not able to make it into time. We had 50 more participants compared to 2021, and we actually have some sections. There are some topics to work at. So thank you so much. I would like to wish you health. Take care of yourselves. It's very important during our time. Be healthy. Your families have to be intact, and we should move to the victory. And on Ukrainians' terms, because a lot of different things are going on. There was this star inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. There is, it's quite indefinite about the assessments and the views, but we need victory. So, goodbye, glory to Ukraine, to victory. Bye-bye, everyone. Glory to Ukraine, bye-bye.